Hello, hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, welcome, one and all. We're going to be getting started very shortly with XMT versus GGX Clan War, land battles. Been quite a while since we've had one of these, and it is an absolute pleasure to host today. You guys should know I'm not completely unbiased. I do have a loose affiliation with XMT via the QSA clan. I say loose. I do hang out in there quite a bit on their Discord. Have a good time with those lads, lasses, and everything in between. They definitely have a good time. So let's get things started very shortly. We've got quite a lineup today. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to make the full kind of lineup list to show you guys, so we're just going to have to take it matchup by matchup. But I do at least have my scoreboard here. The Summer Championships scoreboard still, but there you go, now repurposed for Clan War. So we're getting started here. We're going to have Vampire Counts versus Warriors of Chaos initially. Let's see how they can get on. So welcome, welcome. Big thanks to you guys for coming out. Be quite good today. Should get some great land battles in. I'm quite excited to see what they have in store for us. Looks like we're going to be getting started, so here we go. Already, the build's looking very straightforward from the Warriors of Chaos. Double Giant, 5 Halberd Warriors, single Zinc Halberd Chosen, Festus, and a Nurgle Healing Shrine. And then on the other side, for the Vampire Counts, looks like a Mortis Engine, 2 Graveguard Weapons, 2 Crypt Horrors, 2 Fellbats, 5 zombies, dire wolves. I'd imagine that blood dragon is probably on a dragon, but we'll have to wait and see. And then, of course, Mortis Engine and such. So there you go. Should be an interesting one. Let's see what they got. Yeah, so yeah, Blood Dragon on a dragon, kind of to be expected. Necromancer on a corpse cart, also to be expected. With Unholy Lodestone, multiple heal stacks on top, quite strong. Especially when you have innate passive healing, like the Crypt Horrors do. Obviously, the Blood Dragon as well with the Hunger. Assuming he actually brought the Hunger. Maybe not. They don't lose Hunger when they're on the dragons, do they? Interesting. Anyway. Hey, no worries, Coops. Good luck in that tournament. Best of luck to you. Be a great time. Definitely good day for tournaments today. There's a lot going on in the community, so should be in for some fun. I've got this going on today, and then I got some recordings I need to finish rendering and uploading. And then, yeah, I've got a lot of my content actually planned until 2.2. I just need to go through and record it. Thankfully, I mean, 2.2 should be sometime this week, I believe. Which will be nice. I think we're due another round of RORs, another round of bug fixes, especially will be quite nice, but let's see what these guys can do. I mean, the deployment for Warriors of Chaos is just make a box of halberds and step forward. For the Vampire Count's going to be a little bit different, but nice to not see the Horseman skirmish spam. I know a lot of people are quite sick of that, so from Warriors of Chaos we have something entirely different. Arguably much more brain dead, but there you go. Under the banner of the Ecstatic Legions, Festus somehow been confederated by Slanesh. Let's not question too much how that happens. Also got the Bilious Thunderguff, the ROR Nurgle Giant, which does have poison attacks, of course. It's got this big fart. Will there be a 2v2 or a 3v3? I do believe there is, yeah, a couple of team games. Like we've got Dark Elves and Zinc versus Britonia and Dwarfs, right? Got Cafe and Corn versus Warriors and Ogres. So there are a few 2v2 combinations, definitely. I think there's maybe even one... Is there a 3v3 or is there just the 2v2s? Anyway. Halberd's going to be maneuvering, and when I say maneuvering, they are bravely putting one foot in front of the other and stepping in a forward direction. But, yeah, vampire counts are not even arguably doing that. They're kind of just standing, also technically marching, I guess, but there you go. Mortis Engine should be very effective in a situation like this. The problem with this Warriors of Chaos build is that these giants, while they are very powerful, they're obviously very slow. The Mortis Engine at 48 speed can outmaneuver them. Even, I guess, maybe with poison they'd be able to keep up. But regardless, like the Mortis Engine, all it needs to do is just engage wherever the giants are not, right? And it can drain. Vampires, excuse me, also have multiple overlapping, stacking healing effects. And the Graveguard with Crit Weapons should trade very well with the Warriors with Halberds with those stacking healing effects. Going. We've also got possible breath attacks here from the Blood Dragon, Gaze of Nagash, Invocation to Heck, Raise Dead. That Raise Dead can wear down these units over time, although the Nurgle Shrine does have Heal, does not have a Vigor refresh, so definitely something to be aware of. Ooh, looks like we're going to get that Nurgle thing into range. Harbinger of Pestilence. Okay, so it looks like Festus going for the drain initially, probably to help charge up his Nurgle Shrine. Looks like we had a nice breath attack there as well. Came in, side-shotted those halberds. Black Phillip playing this very patiently, and this is what I'm talking about. So he engages here with the Mortis Engine, and the Giants, it's going to take time for them to respond in the first place, right? And then, in the meantime, the Mortis Engine can just be doing tons of damage to all these units here. Festus is also doing quite a bit of damage, though, so it's got to be careful. Festus right now separated from the Giants. Oh, no, it looks like the Giant actually does manage to block that Chaos Giant. Nice Helm of Discord been popped, though. Will help even out the fight. You can see one Chaos Warrior already goes down to Terror and just taking too much damage. Yeah, Blood Dragon's going to have to pull away. It's unfortunate. He has a big damage spike up right now because of the Heartseeker and sort of anti-heroes, up to over 1,000 damage. With those two effects active, which is quite ridiculous. But there you go. Mortis Engine now getting caught up on the Giants a little bit, is mostly fine. It's got plenty of support units. The Crypt Horrors now rolling up and around this flank here, doing a grand old job of that. Unfortunately, the Necromancer got a little far forward. It gets engaged by the Giants, takes a couple of big hits. Should be able to survive through that crumbling damage, no problem though, as the vampire counts continue to blob it out. Black Phillip could engage, like these zombies really need to engage. These zombies are fine where they are. They can just kind of hang back for the time being. Same with these Crypt Horrors, honestly. Just keep them in tactical reserve. Not really a lot of reason to engage them right now, but yeah, nice cycle charge coming in for the Dragon. Going after the Nurgle Shrine's definitely the right call here. And if you could pull the Giants away from the Mortis Engine as well, allow the Mortis Engine to fight a little bit more freely, that would be fantastic. The Bats and the Dogs kind of just being left out right now, again, as a tactical reserve. Maybe could come in the late game and help clean up some of these units, but let's see. Mortis Engine so far doing fine. The Graveguard with Great Weapons also starting to filter back into this fight, get a little bit of a surround here. This Chaos Warrior starts to get terrified away. So slowly but surely, the vampire counts are wearing through the support units. I guess the question is, at the end of the day, will they have enough to wear through these single entities of the Warriors of Chaos? Remains to be seen. Giants OP, yeah. Oh, yeah. Giants are indeed OP. Not really, but they're definitely a lot of fun, and certainly can be quite strong in the right situation. Looks like Black Phillip's lining up for another breath attack into this last halberd here. Or nope, into this halberd over here. Beautiful breath attack. Catches 2 units of halberds quite effectively there. A little bit of Stream of Corruption, and the Harbinger of Pestilence should finish off this Graveguard, but keep in mind that it is being sustained by the healing of the Mortis Engine, that Reliquary Binding, 0.1% heals per second, which might not sound like a lot, but definitely adds up over time. And yeah, the Corpse card also manages to survive that. It's definitely anyone's game at this point. Balance of power-wise, I mean, we would expect that the Warriors should have a pretty significant army damage value lead because of the healing. Here, we're going to see zombie summon. There, the zombie dragon has to be careful. He's taking some unnecessary hits from the giant right now. Going 3v1 versus these single entities is arguably not going to be the best, but he can try and pull away and cycle charge pretty aggressively now that there's not really a lot of support infantry or other things in the way. Dragon can just chad through its own lines, leave the zombies and everything else to fight. Mortis Engine has managed to drain out quite a bit of value already. 2,400 damage value on that big boy. Question is, will it even end up mattering at the end of the day? Bat's going to be now used to probably chase routing units, I would imagine. It's going to be a great use case for them. Another nice invocation of the heck. It's a whole bunch of units here. Those Crypt Horrors, although they do have their own passive healing, of course, need their models restored somehow. And that will definitely help do so. Master of the Dead also healing them from the Necromancer as he gets involved. We're down to just one healthy halberd, healthy-ish halberd. And the Crypt Horrors, I would think, actually, in a surround could probably beat the Giants. But, oh, going for the snipe attempt. Here it goes on Festus. Nice big attack on him. Doesn't take a lot to get him off the field. He really needs to switch over to his healing effect, probably. But instead, he can just screen with the Giants, just bring them over, get a couple of big hits on the Blood Dragon there. He did pop Heart Piercing. Again, unfortunate to lose a lot of that uptime of that strong ability, but at the same time, he did a decent amount of damage to Festus. But man, getting stagger locked by the Giants, definitely very rough, as he also does some attacks into these useless kind of Chaos Halberds. The Zinc Chosen's still holding out, kind of to be expected. They are a very, very strong unit, but still slowly getting ground down over time. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, he definitely needs to take out the healing of this Nurgle War Shrine and Festus. Otherwise, not really sure. Single entity-wise, I think the vampire counts lose this. So if it comes down to just the single entities at the end of the day, vampire counts are going to have some problems. But let's see. Another nice invocation of Nehek there. Problem is, he's got to be careful about how he deploys his zombie dragon at this point because of all the damage taken. But let's see. Big kind of a wide view here. No more breath attacks. Should still see some Helm of Discord, though. And it looks like the War Shrine's almost done. So if he could come in here and get a quick snipe on the War Shrine and finish that off. He actually just charges straight into the Zinc Chosen. Very interesting. Huge splash attack there in order to maybe just try and terrify them away. Not really sure there. Corroded Armor. That from the big fart effect, I believe? Yes? I actually don't know. This guy right here. Yeah, Corroded Armor. Yep. So, with that, I mean, we'll see. The Nurgle Shrine, though, is, of course, going to be healing itself. No? Yes. Yes, it is healing itself. So, although it has taken quite a bit of damage, getting low on leadership, still fighting pretty strong. As are these Crypt Horrors. Some of them are even getting close to their healing cap at this point. But here we go. Another big Helm of Discord. Getting popped. All units all in on winning this fight. Big hits on Festus. Can the Vampire Lord resist here? The Blood Dragon not take too many hits from the Giants. He pops his other buffs here. That was sort of anti-heroes as well. That Helm of Discord, super important. Festus actually takes an absolute beating during that time. And, yeah. Unfortunately for the vampire counts, I say unfortunately, I mean, yes, anyway, crumbling. Another nice invocation of Nehek as well. Could get a lot of these important units. Fleshy Abundance desperately going to be popped on Festus, but will it be enough? No, he gets terrified away. It does pop, obviously, and gets the heal off on him, but Festus getting terrified is absolutely huge. Needs to be immediately seen off the battlefield and chased out of this blob right now. Technically, his effects are still active. And if you look here, that Harbinger of Pestilence is still damaging these Crypt Horrors and other units. So, that said, with the War Shrine also getting terrified away there, the two healing support units are gone. And perhaps Black Phillip can finally grind down these Giants, although it looks like the Nurgle War Shrine is starting to come back. So, the anti-large damage of the Dire Pack and a surround going to be pretty decent. Lowish armor, only 60 armor on the War Shrine means it will be pretty tanky, but there you go. Oh, that will be fantastic. If you can actually finish off Festus, that will incur some significant leadership penalties to this remaining warrior's force and should be able to actually beat them down. That said, another big fart explosion from Bilius. Billy the Giant is still fighting. Crypt Horrors are starting to get a little bit low. Bats are still fighting too, though, as are the Dire Pack, and they're definitely sustaining through the crumbling damage. I mean, with this multiple stacking healing effects, that's 0.2% heals per second, which is significant. I mean, certainly significant enough to outpace crumbling damage, at least momentarily, as they now chase off the War Shrine. Festus falls in the distance. Question is, will the Giants end up carrying? The one Giant actually getting reasonably low on leadership. Black Phillip probably wants to wait until he has Helm of Discord off of cooldown once more. I'd still fly within the general area to try and get that cloud of, not cloud of flies, swarm of flies passive in order to finish the Giants off, but, or just keep them from getting quite so many hits. Anyway. War Shrine definitely needs to be finished off, so I agree with that 100%. And notice how, I mean, the Necromancer, technically still alive. He did just take a few big hits there and crumbles away. That's one more passive healing source that's going to be shut off, but it doesn't matter as much at this point. I mean, certainly the Vigor Mortis would have been nice, but all these units are still fresh anyway from the Vigor effect. That extra melee attack and defense, again, would have been a little bit helpful, but certainly I would think that just the Vigor effects have been enough, and the fact that these units are all heal capped means you don't really need the Unholy Lodestone's healing effects anymore. So there you go. Giants just... Yeah, Black Phillip is a true Chad of Vampire Counts players, which is, you know, a title I never thought I'd say, but there you go. Love to see me some quality Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Legitimately, as much as I might hate on Vampire Counts, the Blood Dragon is a pretty cool Lord type. Like, the fact that it's, like, a vampire that's down to drink dragon blood, I think that's pretty cool. Blood Knights are also pretty cool. So, more of that, please. As these double giants just get booped and bopped around by lots of stuff. Mortis engines screaming in their backside. I can't imagine that's particularly comfortable. Or like these ethereal riders here, like lancing you with their little lances. Not fun, definitely. And those giants are going to get ground down over time, it looks like. Army losses are rapidly approaching. So we're going to give the first game to XMT. And Black Phillip prevailing with the foul vampire counts over the Warriors of Chaos. So there you go. Yeah, man, at the end of the day, I'd imagine insane value on the Mortis Engine, 4,000 damage value on the Mortis Engine. Even though it's not really meant to drain single entities, in a super long grind like that, it actually will get some value. Draining single entities, almost 5,000 damage value on the Blood Dragon himself, too. Just absolutely insane. Did some super heavy lifting there. The Crypt Horrors, super cost-effective. They're definitely too cheap for what they can do for you, but... what else? Yeah, we would imagine heavily inflated values also from the Warriors. Both Giants, almost 3,000 value, almost 4,000 on the Zinc Halberd, 330 kills there as well. And then the rest of the Halberds kind of just died out a little bit quickly, which is unfortunate. Maybe just go with like 4 Chosens there, but anyway. Great game. We'll wait for the next competitors to join in. Okay, next lobby is up. Okay, so actually I'm going to go to a new lobby now. Get this. Okay, we'll jump in for a spectate. Update the scoreboard with the next competitors. Bear with me just a second, guys. Let's start this music back up, actually, as I do this part. Okay. And we are now on to round 2. Map is the Angui. Excellent. What an interesting one. I mean, historically, that has been a tough matchup for Warriors of Chaos because of that specific reason. I almost wonder, though. Cryptors are just such a problem right now. Yeah. I mean, maybe double Shaggoth healing with the Nurgle Sorcerer? Maybe? I haven't actually tried that against vampire counts, but... I think it would be pretty foolish to try and contest the air against vampire counts, but yeah, I don't know. There's some things you could do there, perhaps. Perhaps Archaon, honestly. For his elite fire damage. Just generally the fact that he's such a scary combatant for such a small package. But anyway, looks like we got vampire counts versus wood elves, so some more vampires. This time, GGX went in. It's going to be playing the vampire counts, and of course, we've got Ronin on wood elves. So let's get to it. Sisters of Twilight, Dragon, 3 Eagles. We're going for an air cheese build. I say cheese with the most respect, of course. And let's see how it works out. We've got Aerial also on the ground and some Eternal Guards. Saw there before. Let's wait and see what Winnin's got. Vampire counts. Army. Realizing I have a bunch of unnecessary programs running in the background. Goodbye, Photoshop. Goodbye, Blizzard app. Goodbye, this and that. Anyway. Slaaneshi Blob would have been quite good. Yeah. It's interesting with Festus, because right now, you can only take 1 War Shrine. So you got to pick between Slaanesh and Nurgle. That said, I'm not sure which is better, to be honest. Since Festus can switch between, it's kind of whichever one you want. I'd have to look at the damage profiles, but basically I would say whichever Mortis does more damage. Oh, is this not Ronin then? Jarface. Okay. Maybe I put it wrong on the scoreboard, but that's okay. That's all good. Okay, so yeah, we've got Von Karstein Lord up in the air, so it looks like he was perhaps expecting the air cheese. Storm of the Night is going to be essentially like Tempest, not exactly. It's 60% speed debuff, does a little bit of single target damage. Let's see how it's able to equalize the air fight here. The rest of it's all Fell Bats. We've got 4 Fell Bats, some Dire Packs, Zombies, a Mortis Engine here, Varix Reavers, and then some Skeleton Spears. So I'm a little bit worried about only having the 1 Tempest against this heavy Air Force, because that's not going to save you from 2... it's not going to save you from 2 Forest Dragons, and Forest Dragons aren't the strongest. They've got relatively low HP, but physical resistance certainly come into play in this particular battle, given the lack of magic damage, actually, from a lot of these Vampire Counts units. In terms of spell kit here, we do have, yeah, just the basic Lore of Vampire spells. Raise Dead, Dance Macabre, and Invocation of Nehek. Can't even bring Slaneshi Shrine with Festus by the rules. Interesting. Okay, see, I didn't even realize that, but it does make sense. Definitely makes sense. Anyway, we're missing the start of the battle here as the Sisters of Twilight begin to shoot. Oh man, we got some crypt ghouls hidden there in the corner, all cheeky-like. Getting some serious frame lag on this. I have no idea why, but there you go. Yeah, Sisters, Dragon, just patiently waiting. We're going to come forward and spot this Mortis Engine, and probably all focus fire the Mortis Engine, I would imagine. Or maybe just all focused upon Karstein Lord, hard to say. Either way, valid targets all the way around. We've got dread columns of zombies up front. It's just a power move, you know, definitely sends a message when you do something like that. So let's see. Ooh, got a Storm of the Night. It looks like it was popped on the Hawk Riders. Interesting choice. I think the Bats are maybe going to go all in for an attack here, perhaps. A little bit risky. I would probably keep the Bats back for the time being. And if you could get that Storm of the Night to hit multiple of these Wood Elf Flyers, that would be ideal, but see how little damage that did? Even to a unit like Hawk Riders that should be very vulnerable to that Storm of the Night, it still just doesn't do a ton for you. You really have to take advantage of the hard snare at the same uptime, and right now, I mean, the Bats will definitely trade cost effectively, so the Hawk Riders need to try and avoid that engagement if they can. Let's see. It looks like, did the Dragon just hard land there? Yeah, it looks like the Von Karstein Dragon hard lands. A little bit of a mistake here. Sisters of Twilight are not supporting this engagement. They definitely need to be firing at the Von Karstein Lord. Maybe even move into melee against the Von Karstein Lord 2v1. That should go relatively well, but the Bats catching the Hawk Riders is pretty tough. I mean, Hawk Riders do have the speed to stay out in front, but they would need to, like, stay on skirmish mode and keep it moving the entire time, which certainly does require a lot of micro. That's why I like this Air Cheese build. It's quite strong in many ways against vampire counts. They don't have a ton of responses if you can limit their ability to respond. But, of course, the Bats are a decent response force. As we have seen here, looks like the Hawk Riders might go try and hard land, perhaps. But Sisters of Twilight still not committing to a full melee engagement against the Von Karstein Lord, and he's kind of just kind of picking the Wood Elves apart at this point. A little bit piecemeal there. Anti-infantry shot might have been useful a little bit earlier against the Bats, perhaps, but as it is right now, I would probably just go hard land this dragon in this box as well. Try and maybe get the spears onto it. Not really sure. Yeah, a little bit of a magic missile there. Really not doing a ton. Let's see how it goes, though. Yes. Hawks actually tear Bats to shreds. Yes, but the Hawks need to get a charge, right? Because they have their charge bonus that's decent. Probably a GG, I would think so. Yes, I appreciate that, Stormrunner. Less undead, the better, I think everyone would agree. It would have also been nice to perhaps wait to do this until after 2.2 came out, so that hopefully there are some nerfs to crumbling, but it's okay. Oh man, look at that Dwellers. That is going to be nasty. Nasty breath attack too, though. Just hits multiple blobbed up infantries there. Yeah, that Dwellers probably just got like a few hundred kills. Yeah, like 200 kills easy on aerial, no problem. Yeah, he really needed air control. It's true. It's true. Now his ground forces are just going to get surrounded and picked apart piecemeal, but honestly, I would probably move into melee with both dragons. Don't worry too much about using the Sister's shooting attack right now. Just move into melee with both dragons, fight the Von Karstein Lord 2v1, and you should be able to beat him, actually. I don't know. At this point, the one dragon might have lost too much HP, and the Bats also distracting is a big deal, you might think, but hopefully the targeting priority can hold true. Got a nice apotheosis there, trying to sustain Forest Dragon, but it looks like the Bats are actually making a pretty significant difference. I mean, Bats do have 26 weapon strength, and when they're in a surround like that, they can actually get some consistent contact. Ground forces for the Wood Elves also being torn apart very quickly, but looks like we've got a proper Tempest now from the Wood Elves. Again, would have liked to have seen that a little bit sooner, but does some decent damage and also significantly slows all of these flying units for the vampire counts. Is it going to be enough to actually win this fight? I mean, I highly doubt it, but something. Yeah, it's true, Shetland. Don't mind me. Sorry, just trying to finish up my breakfast. Huh. It's gonna be a long stream, folks, so grab your snacks, get ready. Anyway, yeah, Wood Elves have always been in a good position in this matchup. I agree. This is kind of always been one of the safest, in quotations, ways to approach this matchup. If you can micro it effectively, it's definitely tricky, but here in this particular battle, I think Jarface just kind of caught on the back foot on a lot of things, sort of reacting to Wenin's advances rather than trying to dictate the pace of the engagements himself. A little bit tough in that way. You live and learn. Would have been a good opportunity for a countercharge there, but that is what it is. Yeah, you can gain control from the air quite easily, right? So what we needed to see then is earlier Tempest, maybe one early Tempest to get a decisive win against the bats, charge the bats in, charge the countercharge, I should say, the Hawk Riders into the bats, so you get their charge bonus, support with the dragons properly, and then 2v1 the dragons on the Von Karstein Lord, maybe force him to hard land. But yeah, if you lose the air, then it's over, definitely. Puggington coming in with the wisdom, has a lot of experience in this matchup, so that is going to do us for this game here. Let me update the scoreboard, and we'll get the next battle loaded on up. And let's see, I think we're going to do a new lobby, so let me just pop out. And we'll wait for the new lobby to pop. Good game indeed. Interesting one for sure. Good games. All right. All right. Britonia versus Skaven, it looks like, is up next. Then we've got a 2v2. So let's get this going over here. What? That's my own stream. Okay. Britonia versus Skaven. So it looks like it's Phoenix King versus Bohemond. And we will wait for the lobby as I get this updated. All right. Maybe. Might be making some other changes to the order of things here. So bear with me just a second, guys. Hang tight, grab a snack, grab a drink. Whatever will float your boat at this particular point in time. We're going to be getting things sorted out. Bear with me just 1 second. Be right back. Yes, I am on mute. Thank you. Thank you. I was just, yeah, just getting things set up over here. All set up. Just looking at the matchups we've got going forward. Britonia versus Skaven now, and then we'll see. The order may change, so in no particular order, we've got Cathay versus Khorne, Ogres versus... Or, sorry, Cathay and Khorne versus Ogres and Chaos, Empire versus Dark Elves, Coast versus Greenskins, Slaanesh Tomb Kings versus Lizardmen Nurgle, High Elves versus Kislev, Greenskins versus High Elves, Wood Elves versus Empire. So quite a bit to get through today. 3 2v2s and lots more 1v1s. 12 games in total. We're already through now to round 3. So let's get it going. Oh man, I'm really not particularly happy with the spacing of these numbers. All right, Mortis Waste is the map. Got a nice big open desert. Should be decent. Not a single Dowie or Beastman. There is a Dowie. Beastman, actually, I don't know if anyone is playing. That's kind of hilarious. I just noticed. Maybe I'll jump in for one more extra game at the end. But there is a Dowie. I just missed them. They're in a team game, I think. No, is there no Dowie? I could have sworn. No, it's Britonia Dwarfs. That's right. We're going to see a Britonia Dwarfs team game versus Dark Elves versus Zinc. So, yes. I don't know. I kind of like maps like this as a change of pace. Like, yes, it's relatively flat. You do have some terrains, though. And, like, these very slight rises. It might seem totally flat, but it's actually, I mean, you can get very slight hill bonuses in some places. Not that it really matters necessarily too much, but like for line of sight artillery or other units, for example, sometimes you can get a little bit trolled by these dunes. But at the same time, it is mostly flat and open. Makes cavalry quite effective. Direct fire gun units quite effective. Speaking of which, looking at the Phoenix King's build here, he's got 3 rattling guns, some Skaven Slave Spears up front, 4 rattling guns even. Wow, quite heavy on the Daka. And Triads to back him up, Council Guard, Queek Head Taker, no way. When's the last time you legit saw Queek in a multiplayer battle? I don't think I've made a single video featuring Queek since Immortal Empires came out, which is a real shame because Queek's awesome. Taco sadly got real life stuff to do. Yeah, it is unfortunate. Being a taco is a lot of work, you know. You gotta keep your meat up, keep yourself spiced, keep your cheese up, you know. You don't want your lettuce to get wilted. You gotta make sure your shell stays intact, patch up any holes that develop. You know, especially flying through the air, as a flying taco does. It is especially difficult, but anyway, moving on to Britonia. Fey Enchantress, Green Knight, kind of to be expected, although it's not Fey Noble Paladin, so I guess slightly off meta. Knights of the Realm, 3 of them, got 3 Trebs as well, a couple of Battle Pilgrims, some Archers, and then a whole bunch of mobs up front. Men-at-Arms with shields as well, so let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. I'm genuinely curious. There is one ogre, yes, I believe so. Again, I think the ogres are in a team game. Yeah, they're with Warriors of Chaos in a team game. But there is no Beastman, actually. That's kind of hilarious. There's no Beastman at all. Everyone hates Beastman. Might be the only faction not getting featured today. Both players just kind of staring at each other menacingly. The trebuchets are going to open fire, and they'll probably go directly after the rattling guns, I would imagine. Now, the thing about this type of build is you have this fairly distributed value, and as a result, you know, there's not any one target that you can shoot at that's going to be crazy strong. The Plague Priest does have magic damage, and he actually has a pretty decent amount of offensive potential, so I mean, he has less overall HP. I believe even still, with the ethereal changes, yeah, he has less HP overall than the Green Knight. The Green Knight can definitely put a beating on him. Queek, though, his debuff should help equalize the fight and be able to take down the Fey Enchantress if she overextends. But Rattling Guns pushing up into position here. The mobs are going to clash with Skaven Slaves, hopefully. Hopefully we get the Clash of Champs here. Oh, yeah. This is what we all came for. Absolute trash units just beating each other in the desert. There we go. And it looks like a single dweller has already been cast, just nuking one Rattling Gun immediately. The Rattling Guns are wasting a little bit of ammunition shooting at the peasant mobs right now, and that's allowing them to get counterfired fairly effectively by the archers. Here we go, Queek moving up through. Got the Rat Ogres also in a flanking position as well, although they're going to have to, like, bypass or maybe just rush through in the front line, honestly, and get straight into these archers. I mean, you do have the Battle Pilgrims kind of backing them up to a degree, but one Rattling Gun already has been shattered. Another one is pretty close to done for, which is unfortunate. Definitely going to be a rough situation. Need those Rattling Guns for later. The Rat Ogre's also going to take a charge here from the Knights of the Realm. Definitely not great for them. The Rattling Guns try and open up to support, which they are able to do. Weeping Blade and Suppression. The Eshin Triads, of course, heavily debuffing the armor so that, like, even these Skaven Slave Spears, if they do make contact, will do quite a bit more damage. But a Comet gets dropped. Phoenix King not able to dodge that one. And as a result, pretty much all four of his Rattling Guns are mostly not totally ineffective at this point, but definitely struggling pretty badly. Rat Ogre's also getting terrified away here by the... Just realized my Med 2 music is, like, still playing. Just playing double music right now. That's totally fine. Yeah, but this rush is going to fall apart pretty quickly from the Skaven. I don't know. While I like a lot of the picks, I think this is a little bit of an overinvestment in Rattling Guns. Like, yes, they're very good, but they're not that good. And, I mean, we'll see. Council Guard did manage to punch all the way through. Over on this side here, Rat Ogre's getting caught up on Spearmen at Arms is definitely not ideal, but perhaps with magic, continuing summons, the Skavens can get it done, but we'll see. Definitely don't have a lot of hope right now. We have some Clan Rats here. According to the Skaven Slave Spears, are going to get a nice stand your ground, get their melee defense juiced up to something that's actually worth talking about. Queek gets a nice Verminous Valor in here. He's going to pop trophy heads on the Fey Enchantress, arguably a little bit early, before he's able to actually get into combat with her due to the cavalry blocking, but more summons going to be pulled up for the Plague at caster there. Skaven's definitely not going quietly into that good night, but looks like another devastating Dweller is going to be dropped on those 4 Council Guard. Dryads moving in on the side, as are the Rat Ogres. Rat Ogres get caught, though, in an open field charge by the Knights of the Realm, and that's going to be fairly devastating. That high charge bonus, anti-large damage, they get torn to shreds fairly quickly. Even with the Triads fairly close, they're not able to get there to support in time, and it does look like those Rat Ogres will fall. In the center, Queek finally gets his paws in the Fey Enchantress, at least momentarily. He's going to be able to definitely pull away from that, but Triads still fighting. There's still quite a bit of Triads, and the one unit of Rattling Guns manages to stay online, momentarily at least. Now about to be shut down by a beautiful charge from these Knights of the Realm. Love me some Brittonian cavalry in the desert. Another big Comet gets dropped there, and things are looking pretty rough for the Skaven. Still perhaps got some summons in the tank for the Rat Boy here. Still got some Triads cleaning up shop in the back line as well. Managed to finally shut down one of those trebuchets, but there's just so many peasants left. There's so many Knights of the Realm left. I don't know. I guess never say never. We get another nice summon here trapping in this Knight of the Realm, and the Triads are kind of forming a little bit of a defensive position. If Queek can somehow get into combat against the Enchantress and finish her off, that would definitely equalize things fairly heavily, but it's still not looking great for the Skaven at the moment. Lots of Triads hanging around. Lots and lots of Triads. Handful of guns too still, though. Ratling's moving into position. Queek does manage to get into combat with the Enchantress, maybe? Yep, there's trophy heads now being popped. And does he just get staggered back? Yeah, he just gets, like, plowed over by the Enchantress, which, although, you know, certainly some Slaanesh characters might enjoy such things, Queek does not. Sound bug going to happen a little bit there. Enchantress finally taking some significant hits from Queek, but, of course, Green Knight comes over to make this a 2v1. Plague Priest is not able to efficiently contribute here. He's busy dealing with these cavalry. The Triad's only going to hang for so long against a big terror-causing unit, but let's see if they can get into combat against the Knights of the Realm. More clan rats are going to be summoned here to block said Knights of the Realm from escaping, so maybe. I mean, it's a definite maybe. The Enchantress trying to get away here gets trapped up in the Triads. The Triads actually could deal with the Enchantress, certainly with their anti-large damage, and they do start to get a little bit of damage in there, but look at this. The Triads definitely over-blobbing significantly here, opening them up to these trebuchets to come in and deal some devastating damage. Definitely one of those Triads needs to peel out immediately, but they did rout the Enchantress. That is going to shut the Blessing of the Lady off, decreasing her physical resistance permanently over the course of the battle. Will it end up mattering, though, as the Green Knight slugs it out with Queek? Thing to do here would just be to try and bide as much time as you can with Queek, to maybe fight Green Knight on unequal terms with trophy heads active and maybe with some supporting units. I mean, problem is, supporting unit-wise, Plague Priest is pretty much gone. The Enchantress is definitely going to be able to come back from rout because there's nothing to chase her off. So it's a little bit rough. I admire Queek, and certainly I see what they're going for there. See what Phoenix King is going for there, but I don't. I mean, yeah. Some other constructional issues with his build, I think, needed like some warp lightning cannons or something to pressure at long range. Yeah, probably Globadiers as well would have been super cost effective and definitely meta, but hey, that's not what this is about. Not necessarily about meta builds today. It's all about having fun. Yeah, that music is amazing. Yeah, Gisele's artillery would perform so much better. I definitely agree. Or if you're going to rush like that, definitely just take the globes. Globes are cheaper, so you can, you know, aggregate more value to other areas of your army, or allocate rather to other areas of your army. Gorich, actually, like a Gorich Packmaster duo with maybe, honestly, maybe you run Skrolk. Take Liber Bubonicus. Even though it's not amazing right now, it would help you deal with the Green Knight, right? Yeah. I might take Gorich, Packmaster, Skrolk, and then go with like a rush with quad Globadiers, some Rat Ogres. Anyway, GG's to both. Was a valiant attempt by Queek. I mean, he automatically wins the battle for our hearts by taking Queek. But, yeah, Britonia with a sensible build. Just a little bit too much. Enchantress gets some huge value there. Although the Green Knight doesn't get a ton of value, he does provide some terror, which is super important. Knights of the Realm do a great job. Actually, Knights of the Realm, low-key, might be one of the best cavalry units in the game right now. They're so cost-effective for what they give you. Given the current state of things, like a lot of elite tier cavalry tends not to be very good, but I really like where Knights of the Realm are at, actually. Battle Pilgrims, yeah, kind of just here. For the Skaven Army, I'd imagine all this low tier stuff is just kind of here. Yeah, what a battlefield. So many bodies, both sides losing close to 1,000. Yeah, Queek really didn't do a ton. Unfortunate. He is very cool, but he didn't really do a lot at the end of the day. He didn't get an opportunity to, so maybe you change this build construction with Queek to make it better explicitly, but honestly, I would just go with an entirely different build construction here from the basis. I mean, certainly the Triads are very good, undeniably so, but it is what it is. Let's go on to the next battle as I update the scoreboard here. Another point on the board for GGX. And let's see what we got up next. Bear with me just 1 second, guys. Galbaraz is the map. Skaven versus Zinc. I believe it's going to be Robane. Yep, Robane playing as Zinc. We'll switch here. Winning is going to come in for GGX. Again. Okay. And on this side for XMT. Excellent. The fun one. Skaven versus Britonia is an interesting matchup for sure. Definitely one that can go either way historically. I apologize. I'm going to gulp down some coffee here in the background. Keep myself awake and alert and ready to rumble. So we got that map updated. We got this updated. I forgot to update this part here. It is now round 4. And we are on to Galbaraz. Not Galmaraz. Galbaraz. Yes, there's a big difference. Very important. Super creative naming. Thanks, G-dubs. By the way, I've been strongly considering branching out a bit from the multiplayer content lately, and of course I'd still continue to do multiplayer content probably every day, but what I was thinking is to start doing some campaigns, like maybe I've never really tried doing a pre-recorded campaign on my channel, so I do want to try, you know, maybe pre-record like 3 or 4 episodes and just release them. I have a like ultra modded Empire campaign with like way too many mods that I think would be kind of hilarious. Also just some, in general, some mod showcases, because there's some really, really high quality mods that, in my opinion, add a lot to the campaign experience. Definitely, if you're a campaign player, you should check them out. So maybe I'll do something like that in the future, but... Oh, I gotta ready up. That's right. Ha! Forget I'm a spectator. I'm just here flapping my jaw. Anyway. Zinc versus Skaven. Oh, yeah. Just gonna leave the Med2 music on for now, honestly. Interesting. Got a Soul Grinder and the Lord of Zinc. I've actually been seeing a lot of this Lord of Zinc lately, and he is quite a potent combatant. It just kind of depends. Like, this guy versus the Exalted Lord of Change, I think, are kind of interchangeable to a degree. This guy has a spawn summon. He's more heavily armored. He is faster in the air and a smaller target. So against really shooty factions, I think he's maybe better than the Exalted Lord of Change. Exalted Lord of Change has 2 summons, and they're Furies, which situationally, if you need to like tie down a missile unit, is arguably actually better than the spawn summons. Spawn summons are better for just pure melee power, obviously, but the fact that Furies are also flying and they're summoned from a flying character, you can really use them to outmaneuver your opponent pretty effectively. So, it's just kind of some considerations. Exalted Lord of Change also has Great Arcane Conduit, whereas this guy has that constant barrier replenishment ability. Yeah. But personally, I like the Exalted Lord of Change just a little bit better. But in this matchup, where it does matter the size of target, certainly against Skaven missiles, I can definitely get behind taking the Disco Lord here. We've also got a Soul Grinder, a whole bunch of Marauders here, a whole bunch of Blues, some Spawns as well, and a couple of Furies up in the sky. For Skaven, looks like a front line of Skaven Slave Spears, got a couple of Poison Wind Globes, Warlock Engineer, Grey Seer of Plague, Storm Vermin Halberds. Again, 3 Weapons teams. Yeah, Jazales this time. Natty Boobos in the center. Skaven Slaves and some Rat Ogres, including the ROR Rat Ogre. Nice to see these guys. They are quite expensive for what they give you, but Immune to Psychology baseline is pretty huge, actually. The fact that they also get Berserk is very nice. Gives them physical resistance in particular. Up to 20% is actually quite strong. So, there you go. No Molder Healing alongside them, but I actually really like, again, if you're talking the Gorich Packmaster duo, these guys are a great sort of multi-model support unit for that blob. Certainly have had some good games with them, but anyway. Yeah, I mean, they're doing domination, which is more than what they've done in any Total War Warhammer in the past. And, you know, whether or not you like domination or agree with it, I think that's where the majority of the multiplayer resources are being spent right now, is like kind of, or rather were spent in development. I don't know how much resources are really being spent on it right now. Probably not a ton, to be honest, especially considering all the bugs that need fixing. Like, as far as I know, the priority for 2.2 will be, like, a lot of bug fixes. Some quality of life things, too, hopefully, but it's going to be a lot of bug fixes. Anyway, already we can see the dirty Lord sniping of Zinc, very apparent, as Wenin's Gracier takes a blue fire there, takes a volley from the Soul Grinder. Jazales are going to open up, though, and they do have shield breakers, so a lot of people still think of Jazales as more of an anti-large type unit, myself included, and while they certainly can snipe certain large targets, they're actually very effective at shooting infantry. That shield breaker trait, the fact their bullets have penetration now, you'll see that they're going to actually tear apart these marauders on the approach despite their fabulous blue and gold shields and their sweet Zincian tattoos. A little bit hard to see when they're running, but if you look up close on these guys, they do actually have some like, symbols of Zinc and stuff. Anyway, more snipe attempt here, and this is decent. I mean, basically, it's going to put the Gracier of Plague on a timer, more or less. One big mistake Wenin is making, though, is spreading his damage around. You see how he's, like, switched targets from the infantry now to the spawns? Realistically, he just needs to focus one target with all of his Jazales to maximize damage, be able to just finish targets off effectively. But here, oh man, I've always wondered how this fight would go between Globes and Blues. The Blues outnumber the Globes significantly, but the Skaven will get back at their with their magic, rather. A nice dreaded 13th explosion summons the Storm Vermin as well. The volleys of the Poisonwind Globes actually not doing a whole lot, and the Globes do get evaporated fairly quickly. Keep in mind, though, that Blues are like the same price almost as Globes, which is kind of insane, actually, when you stop and think about it. The fact that, like, Bombers and Globes are as cheap as Blues. Anyway, yeah, Blues going to continue to saturate their fire in here. They've used up quite a bit of their ammunition already, and that is one nice thing about Blues. They have pretty high burst because of that huge model count. But they are going to run out of steam fairly quickly here as, excuse me. Yeah, I'd say run out of ammunition. They're not going to be the most wildly effective melee units, and unfortunately for the Skaven, while they did do a lot of damage to the Poisonwind Globes, so they didn't quite finish these units off. Likewise, Jazales are trying to snipe this Lord out of the sky, which is definitely the right call. At the same time, though, the Skaven Lord has also taken significant damage, so it's really anyone's game at this point. I don't see the summon spawn. Maybe I just missed it there, but I do see spawn of Zinc. I don't see the regular spawn. It looks like the Pit Fighters just got completely melted there. Rat Ogre's also charging in. I mean, this is an absolute terror blob of low-tier Zincian units that are going to deal quite a bit of damage to any light units that overextend into their midst, but they are making themselves just such a juicy target. Look at that Poisonwind hit there, hitting every single Zincian unit left in the army. A delicious Plague Breath there as well. Yeah, Pestilent Breath even, as the Lord continues to snipe from the air, gets counter-sniped by the Jazales, and I think that's a GG in favor of Skaven. Yeah, the Soul Grinder are going to come forward, provide a little bit of terror now towards the latter part of the game, but at this point might be a little bit too late. Definitely going to be too late, as most of the Zinc army has crumbled. It looks like we've got another win for GGX. See if XMT can get back on with another win in the next one, but yeah, because of the shield breaker and because of the penetration, the Giselles are actually very good against infantry right now. So if you're having trouble with any faction like infantry rushing you for whatever reason, definitely a couple of Giselles will help soften them up on the approach. But GG. WARHAMMER, I can't promise they'll be at any kind of discount, but there are links in the description down below for my personal shop if you want to support this channel. In terms of deals, though, I mean, I don't really know a lot of like third-party key resellers. I'm not familiar with any of the good reputable ones, so yeah. I would say just keep your eye on Steam. Maybe wishlist it so you get notifications on Steam when it goes on sale. Anyway, yeah, Zinc had a little bit of a tough time there. I don't know if I 100% agree with all these picks. I think the Soul Grinder probably just could have been optioned out for a little bit of width, but that's okay. The Blues, I am actually pretty surprised how well the Blues were able to focus trade with the Globes initially, but the second Globe was left alive a little bit too long and still ended up getting over 1,000 damage value, like 1,400 damage value, which is just insane. And, yeah, Rat Ogres do a decent job here. Grace here, able to get quite a bit of kills, not too much value, but still holding firm. And it's a good one. That is a battle, as they say. Let's get the scoreboard updated here. And we'll move on to round 5. And I believe this one is a 2v2, if I double check. Okay, so add some slots, and let's check the map. Cliff Obese. Excellent. Make sure everything looks good here. Cool. Then we'll wait for the teams to join. And I think this one I'll just do, rather than the player names, I think I'll just do the faction codes. So we've got Britonia Dwarfs. Versus Zinc. And Dark Elves, that's right. Excellent. Yes, more music. Like, what's missing from this right now? Definitely some Med 2 music, of course. Hang on one second, guys. I gotta stand up for a sec, stretch my legs. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna restart my game real quick, and then I will rehost, and I'll be right back. Oh yeah, you know it, Wicked. It's honestly like a badge of honor when the sex bots show up to your stream. It means you're a real YouTuber. Oh man, what a fire soundtrack though, for real. Wicked over here doing the work of Sigmar and the lady all at once. Okay, looks like I need to switch up the funds. Okay, custom funds. 10,000. Alright, so yes, Britonia Dwarfs versus Dark Elves Zinc. This should be, speaking of fighting chaos, this should be a good one. This should be a very, very good one. Let's see what they got. I would like to see what they got, but I also don't want to show their builds on stream right now, so we'll hold off for the time being, but here we go. Belkon himself has emerged. Take the helm of Britonia. I would imagine these guys have probably practiced this matchup, but we'll see. Raced and Zeppe. 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 I don't know. I don't know how he wants me to pronounce it. Let's see. See how it goes. Oh, such a fire track. I really need my Dancing Wurzag GIF back so I can put that up whenever that track plays. Let's just ready up on my end, so as soon as the competitors are ready, we can begin. Seriously though, you guys think I should play this song at my wedding? Like this specific track? This like victory track, just like as soon as I kiss the bride, just have this erupt in the background, you know? Just all the epic cheers from the lads too. Oh, that'd be glorious. Victory track, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So, should we go that victory track, or... Oh no, this is just the main menu theme. That's right. Is it this one? Is it this victory track? Or the other one? I mean, I do technically live in the desert, so this would probably work if we did it like out in the desert. That'd be cool. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, have the have the person who's marrying us just shout the the speech. Desert rave after party, dude. Only if DJ Kotep can come and DJ for us, because a desert after party rave without DJ Kotep is not a desert after party rave. So you should, dude. Utah is beautiful. I have to say, for those of you guys who like outdoorsy type stuff, if you like camping in the wintertime, obviously skiing and snowboarding, any kind of snow stuff. But definitely like camping, rock climbing, fishing, hunting, all of that in abundance here in the state of Utah. Just don't mind the government. Yes. Good times though, for sure. Unending glory. Yes. That'd be perfection, actually. That would be perfection. Alright, it looks like we're almost ready to go here on this 2v2. 2v2's taking a little bit longer to organize, but that's okay. Like we're ready. Total Warhammer players don't know what grass is, though. So I think a few do. You'd be surprised. Believe it or not, I've actually played Total Warhammer at the beach. True story, had my toes in the sand. I was playing Warhammer on my laptop. It was glorious. Thankfully, no sand got on my laptop, so I was nice and careful, but definitely a hazard, I realized. Yeah, true, Evan, true. No, all of those choices have already been made. I'm just joking around, but would be fun for sure, as I accidentally close the stream chat. Pro move as always. Absolute pro move. Let's take a look at what they've got. We'll start with Forces of Evil. Team Rocket coming in with Sorcerer Lord of Zinc on the disc. He's got some Marauders of Zinc up front. Second line, looks like we've got some Zinc Halberds and the Weird Spawn, as well as some Screamers up in the sky. And did he actually take, yeah, Warriors of Zinc with Halberds. So, Malice coming in here with the Lord of Deathcaster. He's got some Cold One Knights. It's like 3 Cold One Knights, Scourge Chariot, 4 Dark Shards with shields. And some Furies and Harpies both in the back together, you know, touching tips and so forth. For this most holiest of alliances, we've got mobs up front masquerading as slayers, dwarf warriors behind them. I've got some, yeah, trollhammer torpedoes, thunderers as a missile box, miners, also plenty of peasant bowmen, Knights of the Realm, Faenchantress, double paladin, so it's kind of like 2 armies stacked on top of each other. Got some miners here with charges also. So let's see how it gets on. I don't really know how to call this at all. Both of these armies seem decent. They both have quite a bit going for them. Thorek in particular, buffing Brittonian cavalry and being healed by the Faenchantress is going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with. Yeah, 25% physical resistance, 40% spell resistance, so he can't be sniped by Zinc. The Faenchantress also has significant spell resistance, so both of these lords are fairly safe. Yeah, she's got 60% spell resistance and 15% missile, both of which apply to blue fire, so there's not really going to be any possible lord sniping from Zinc here, which is nice. Blue fire wise, Karens of Cain, yes. Well, Wicked, if you do move to Denver, I will come to Denver. I go there probably at least once a year, to be honest. And I will come have dinner with you, and we can eat meat like ogres. How about that?
I shall.
Let's see. Let's see how it goes. A little bit of chugging here. I would expect some lag, players connecting from all over the world here. And a big battle, too. Huge model count on both sides. Although, certainly, I will say, the Holy Alliance has a lot more models than the Unholy Alliance. A lot of peasant mobs juicing up that model count. A lot of dwarf infantry, too, juicing up that model count. Whereas on the other side, we've got a lot more lower model count units, like these Furies and Harpies, and Malice is pretty expensive. Lower model count cavalry and these Cold One Knights, and less of it, too. Got some spawns here. Oh, this is going to be wild. We'll keep it in a nice wide view here. I don't think... Are they even the Karens of Cain? See, that's the thing. I don't think they are even the Karens. Here to see your manager violently. Yeah, peasant mobs moving forward. We're going to see some blasting charges. Hopefully, oof, if the miners get engaged without getting their charges off, that's going to be rough. Let's see. Let's see how they get on. Chariots maneuvering around the flank here. Looks like the knights are going to move to block them on the opposite side. Not really a lot of mobile forces outflanking here, so the holies can just set up more of a defensive position. Archers are starting to counterfire on the Dark Shards, which is fantastic. Blasting charges did get through to the Zinc Marauders in a couple of instances. One miner is getting decked, though, pretty hard by the Dark Shards. Yeah, some significant lag at this point, but that's okay. Faenchantress also in combat here. Yeah, this one Zinc Marauder in particular has a very bad day. That's okay. This other Zinc Marauder actually stacks up a couple of dwarf units on top, which is just fine. We see a flyover spawn summon in the back line. Immediately gets collapsed by Falcon's knights. And the other knights are going to try and perhaps scoot this gap here. Get back after these Dark Shards. We do have some Cold One Knights lurking, but instead they just drop a quick rear charge straight into those Zinc warriors. Falcon, as ever, just taking opportunities when he can get them, playing smart, and oh, look at the friendly fire! Oh, look at the peasant mobs getting exploded. Yes. Yes. This is perfect. This is exactly how it should be. I am so happy about what just happened right there. And also Malice. Oh, Malice. Oh, Malice gets exploded by a full volley of charges. Doesn't actually do that much damage to him, but still looks absolutely awesome. Faenchantress, though, and the Paladins should take this opportunity to push back and try and 4v1 Malice, though. They could take him down probably before he's able to get his Zarkan transformation off. But right now, not really sure. It looks like Thorek might just get full decked here. Rune of Doom has been popped, so a huge map-wide melee attack, power spike, or everything. You can see these Brittonians here, Rune of Doom. They also cause fear, which means they will be immune to fear. And yeah, it's looking interesting. Definitely a lot is happening. Oh man, Rune of Slowness gets popped, and then the focus from the Trollhammer torpedoes. Dwarfs say, hey, we don't even need the Brittonians' help to just kill Malice straight up. Before he can even transform into Zarkan, he routs. What a devastating turn of events. Nope, he actually did get the transform off. What? That's absolutely insane. That's actually quite insane, but they did force the transform quite early. That being said, the Dark Elf mobile units are kind of penetrating on the flanks. A lot of the peasant mobs have been routed off at this point. Dwarfs are definitely punching through into the second line, and a devastating Dwellers Below in the back is going to absolutely demolish a full stop unit of Cold One Knights here. That Screamer's also probably mostly done for. Absolutely devastating by the Faenchantress. Thorek does get completely eaten by Malice, though. I don't know if he's even going to be able to be healed here. He might just straight up die. We'll see. He is fully surrounded. Yep, and he goes down straight up. So that's a pretty big loss. At the same time, this leadership of the Brittonians should be able to hold the Dwarfs intact for now. A nice heal goes down there, perhaps? No, I didn't see exactly. It sounded like a heal. Maybe that was just the Warp Flame. But, yeah, I think maybe here. Yeah, that's right. Earthblood. Earthblood on those Trollhammers who don't necessarily need it, but hey, they'll take it. Also hit those Thunderers, which is pretty nice. Yeah, character-wise, of course, Zarkan's going to be very scary, but he is limited in terms of time, so as long as Falcon and Maximus can just survive long enough here, they should be able to finish this off. We'll see, though. I mean, certainly Dwarfs, Dark Elves have a lot of power left in this backline. Knights of the Realm are pushing back, trying to get after it, but there are quite a bit of Zinc halberds as well. Are those actual, yeah, chosen of Zinc with halberds, which are going to be very tough in the late game, assuming that the Brittonians and Dwarfs aren't able to protect some armor-piercing missiles. These Thunderers are going to be very, very important to be able to take them down, perhaps. Right now, Zarkan is tying up a huge amount of value. Yeah, unfortunately, doesn't have, like, Soul Stealer or anything. This Deathcaster also just getting chased off by the Faenchantress. Faye's got to be a little bit careful. She's getting quite overextended, and the Scourge Runner chariots can get at her. Actually, I might just charge her into the Scourge Runner chariots, to be honest. Then maybe get the Knights of the Realm to come get like a little rear charge here. But Falcon instead just choosing to come back, maybe try and just hard finish Malice. That's also pretty risky for the Fae to engage on him. But yeah, now with Knights of the Realm support, looks like they're going to be able to take out those Scourge Runners once they get their charge speed. Definitely have enough to take them down. Great job by these Marauders, though, just keeping a lot of this low-tier stuff routed. Some stuff should be coming back. Yeah, like we've got these Peasant Bowmen back here, This push, though, eventually does kind of fall apart, which is a little bit of a problem with some Knights of the Realm. Dwarf Warriors all getting routed away. Dark Shard's able to kind of re-secure to a degree. Miners with Blasting Charge also slightly overextended, but Dwarfs and Brittonians still have such a strong presence, and Malice just getting absolutely mauled here. I mean, straight 3v1 with a couple of extra Knights of the Realm just for fun. And the Fae actually delivers the finishing blow, which is fantastic. Actually very cool. Faenchantress is so strong. And then, yeah, the Knights of the Realm are able to come in here, kind of silence these Harpies, get a lot of these routing units back in action. The Deathcaster is also way out of position, just on the opposite side of the battlefield where she needs to be, so... And the Dwarfs and Brittonians turn around and literally turn things around and take home the win. Perhaps the Lord of Zinch is running, but the Warriors with halberds are going to be making their attack. Now we see the bombs flying in. A little bit hard to see, but you can certainly see the explosions much easier. And the Trollhammers definitely want to prioritize their anti-large damage onto the spawns here as much as possible. They do have a legit anti-large bonus on their missiles of a 24, which is pretty significant. Just good armor-piercing damage overall. It looks like a Comet's going to be dropped here as well from the Faenchantress. Faye is taking quite a bit of damage here, though. She really needs to heal herself some. I don't know if she's got that much Winds of Magic left. Looks like we do see an Earthblood there. Comet lands, does some pretty good damage to those spawn and those halberds and whatnot, but Faye's got to be careful. But look at this. The Disc Lord comes down to occupy the Trollhammers. I don't know if that's a good call at all, because the Paladins, including Henri, of course, I should mention, one of those Paladins does have legit armor-piercing damage and is just a beefy dude overall. In more ways than one, let's say. Anyway, yeah, that's going to be a pretty brutal engagement for that Zinch Sorcerer as he just gets KO'd. The Faenchantress also gets Terror Routed, though, which, of course, is going to shut off her Blessing of the Lady. She's not going to get that physical resistance anymore, so I believe it's still that one time. Yeah, use is 0, so she won't get that back, but it's still going to be anyone's game. Very, very close at this point. These Scourge Runner chariots are somehow still alive, but facing Thunderers and this Master Engineer, too. I didn't even realize this guy's still alive. Doesn't look like he has restock, which is perhaps a mistake. I probably would have taken restock just to try and refill ammunition in a long game like this, but I guess there's not really a lot of units which are out of ammunition. Maybe just refilling Miners' blasting charges would be a cost-effective use of them, but look at this. As soon as that Zinch Lord comes into range, he just immediately gets fired on by those Thunderers. Problem is, the Trollhammers can only hold out for so long. They are slower than the spawns catch up to them, and the Faenchantress and the Cavalry, busy kind of finishing off these chariots in the backline, really need to come screen those spawns. A lot of the Dwarf Warriors did come back from route, though, and are now pressuring the backline. This Knights of the Realm once again. Let's get some close-ups. We haven't got too much cinematics, just because the lag makes it a little bit interesting to watch. But we can appreciate the slow motion charge of the Knights of the Realm into a really nice color scheme, actually. What is that? I forget the color scheme here of the Dark Elves, but it's actually really, really nice. Let's see, though. Magic Missile on the Fey Enchantress is going to do close to nothing. Even the Spirit Leech, too. I mean, both of these are going to be more or less completely ineffective due to the 60% spell resistance. And, of course, 15% Missile also applies, as I mentioned, against that blue fire. It really would be better to just use that on somebody like Henri or like the Master Engineer or literally any character except for the Fey Enchantress at this point. But we'll see. I mean, Thunderers, they're going to get occupied here. Got plenty of mobs chasing in the back. This Paladin here is getting chased by Harpies. Most unfortunate, but the Peasant Bowman should be able to screen out those Harpies, get him back on track. So things are looking pretty good for Falcon and Maximus right now, but it's still certainly anyone's game. Fey Enchantress getting dangerously low. Drops another Earthblood here. Does catch that Master Engineer. Not that he needs it, but there we go. Healing on Dwarfs is always nice to see. These Trollhammers certainly could use that extra HP as they finish off the last of the spawns. Also firing in on the Chosen. Of course, Chosen should be a priority target at this point, but these Thunderers here, I'm very surprised that this Zinc dude has managed to stay alive. Fey Enchantress now pursuing the Sorceress there. And yeah, the speed of that disc, man, so strong. He is risking it for the biscuit, though. This is, with those Knights of the Realm there, I would not take that engagement whatsoever. Fey Enchantress deftly screens through those peasant mobs. They're going to block excellently for the lady. Nice Earthblood there as well. And here comes Henri Le Massif saying, hey, Zinch bro. I met some of you in Araby, no doubt, because I think Araby has some relations to Zinch in the lore. Yeah, I think because he managed to pop it before he got terror routed, it still went off. I don't know exactly, or before he just routed. I don't know exactly. It seemed like maybe it shouldn't have worked, but I think he actually needs to die before it goes off. Anyway, yeah, some big hits there on the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Another Spirit Leech on the Fey Enchantress. Going to do a tiny bit of damage. I guess anything you can do at this point, but looking pretty hopeless for the Unholy Alliance. The Dark Forces start to shatter. A lot of their units are quite low. We've got like one Halberd holding out here, and then the Zinch Sorcerer, and that's pretty much it. The Sorceress also for Dark Elves is managing to survive for the time being, but things are really not looking great. We've got a handful of Marauders out here engaging some tattered miners. Knights of the Realm can definitely come in and clean up the rest of what's here. Yeah, I mean, I get trying to chase off the Fey Enchantress, but Fey Enchantress actually does fall here. Manages to get taken down by the Sorceress, but she herself is immediately going to suffer army losses as she takes a couple of huge hits from Henri. Oh, man. Henri is very strong, too. And there we go. XMT able to prevail on the 2v2, taking the forces of good against forces of evil and winning, just like that storybook ending there. What a beautiful game, and I do love to see it. Hopefully, Shetland Apache, you're still watching, because that was some glorious Dowie play there. Those Trollhammers in particular, man, 16-16, 28-31. I can't even talk. That's how impressive it was. Thunderers also both way over their value here. Dwarf Infantry gets hammered, but that's kind of what they're here for. A couple of them do manage to pay for themselves in melee, though. Poor Thorek forced... forced Malice transform early on and then got devoured by him. But it's just the way of things. For Falcon here, of course, Fey Enchantress getting in some insane value. Both the Paladins, Henri certainly more than the other Paladin, doing some good work. Knights of the Realm just all over the field, doing some good charging. A few of them pay for themselves. Peasant mobs, peasant archers also okay. Peasant mobs fairly cost effective. Yes. For the Dark Elves, Malice, quite strong. We didn't get to see Zarkan's value, but you already know he got quite a bit. Unfortunately, though, he just got transformed a little bit too early, kind of forced into it. But did manage to get the transform off at least, which is good. Managed to pay for himself probably because of that. The rest of the Dark Elf army, I mean, Dark Shards, a little bit of a mixed bag. There was some very heavy pressure from the Britonian cavalry. same thing, like on these Cold One Knights, basically none of them paid for themselves, unfortunately. The Zinc Lord quite strong here, though. The Halberds, again, I like the idea of it. It's just in practice, at the end of the day, Chosens actually weren't able to pay for themselves, which is interesting. The other two warriors were, I guess, just because the engagements they got in. But there you go. Marauders, generally, I don't know. People really like the marked Marauders, and I definitely get it. Like, they're pretty decent. But I might have taken some Marauder Horsemen instead, perhaps, just for some additional mobility support. And they definitely would have helped to trade against various things. In that mobility game, maybe help the Knights trade even better as well. I don't know. Probably with Zinch, too. I mean, in a 2v2 situation, not to criticize the builds too hard, but I would definitely take Lore of Fire with Dark Elves, just because you're getting Kindle Flame, which is... I mean, here, I guess he really didn't have any units which caused innate fire damage, so maybe you alter this build, take some blues rather than the Marauders, take Lore of Fire alongside it. Plus, you know, if you coordinate your snipes, so you say, like, okay, Fireball on this target, right? The Firecaster casts Fireball. At the same time, the Zinch caster is going to cast Blue Fire, right? Hopefully... if you cast the Fireball first, you get the Kindle Flame. The Kindle Flame should still be up. Blue Fire's missile speed is faster, so the Blue Fire actually hits first, and the Fireball hits second, and you can just, like, heavy snipe targets via that way. But honestly, still a very fun game. Great battle overall. Super close at the end there, and a good time for sure. So, GG's indeed. That is going to put another one on the score for XMT. They get that much closer to equalizing, and then let's check in on the next. Okay, so now the next 2v2 just continue as normal order. Okay, so let me get the map then locked in here. Sorry, I accidentally closed that out, so let me put this back up. Okay, so the next 2v2, Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings, or sorry, Cathay Korn versus Chaos and Ogres, and that is on the Schwarzhofen map. Let's this Schwarzhofen. Excellent. I will modify this. Ogres plus Warriors versus Cathay plus Korn, which is just wrong. The wrong alliance. Section. Excellent. What a game, man. That was awesome. I love Britonia. Sorry, no, Cathay and Korn. Cathay and Korn versus Warriors and Ogres. So the alliances are all wrong, but that's okay. Yeah, what a wild one though, for sure. I love Britonia and Dwarfs in 2v2. They're very strong together. Just the synergy is fantastic. Healing on Dwarfs, Fae with Dwarfs, of course. Britonian cavalry with dwarf and infantry. It's just a very good synergy for sure. So, let's see here. Just looking at some things. Okay, looking good there. Just glad to see him. Yeah, it's true. Cathay and Korn seems very strong. I mean, Cathay is just strong in general in land battles, right? Like, probably the best land battle faction individually, perhaps, but let's see what they can do here. Maybe we'll see like a masterful kite or something from the Ogre's Warriors with, like, you know, 6 horsemen, lead belchers, iron blaster. I don't know. I would imagine we'll see, like, monsters in mobility supporting Cathayan infantry from the other side, but I'd actually have no idea. No earthly idea, and certainly it's not an earthly alliance. So let's stop a moment to consider, and then move on. Yeah, so hopefully you guys are doing well. Hopefully your weekend's going good so far. I had a wonderful day yesterday. Got quite a bit done and hung out for a bit. Been getting caught up on some of the Dave Filoni-verse Star Wars stuff. Like, I had never watched the animated shows. They're kind of more for kids, but at the same time, they're fun enough. I mean, it's like cotton candy, you know. But certainly Andor's incredible. I don't know if any of you guys have been watching Andor, but no spoilers. All I'll say is that episode 6, I was literally shaking, like legitimately on the edge of my seat, shaking the entire episode, just like stressed in the best way. Like, just it's so intense and very well written and just fantastic production overall. Definitely the best Star Wars show in my opinion. I mean, Mandalorian's very good also for different reasons. They are very different shows, but yeah. Oh, yes. See what they got. Looks like some of these players are starting to ready up. I will say, the Clone Wars, having watched Rebels is pretty decent, actually. Like, I actually quite enjoyed parts of Rebels. The Clone Wars definitely starts out pretty rough. Like, the early Clone Wars, you can definitely see how far the animation has come since, I guess, 2008, I think is when Clone Wars came out, right? You look at Rebels in comparison, even like the early seasons of Rebels, it's night and day difference in terms of the quality of the animation and writing and the voice acting. And I get it's a kid's show, but even still, the quality's come a long way since those early days. Is the 2v2 2 points? Let me clarify. That's a good idea. It's been a long time since I've hosted a clan war, so I could be misremembering the scorekeeping methods, but I was too. Okay. Okay, so it is equal then. Score has been equalized. Okay. Okay. So we are 3v3. Hey, look at that. So if GGX wins this one, they go up 5-3. Well, whoever wins this rather goes up 5-3. Very, very interesting. Okay. That has been corrected. Thank you for pointing that out to me. I see some Ogre Cavalry. Oh, boy. Oh, I see some Lead Belchers and some Ogre Cavalry. I think it is what more or less I had predicted. I'm a little bit worried, though, about the Quad Cathayan Cannon on the other side. 5 Jade Warriors, 3 Archers, 4 Spears. All makes a lot of sense. All very cost-effective units, especially in a 2v2 context. But, 4 cannons is a lot to try and protect. And he has a lot to protect it with. So, let's see. Ah, man. XMT. What's up, Ben? Good to see you. I love the new skyboxes, by the way. Like, look at that. Just look at that sky. The clouds. It looks really, really good. And, like, almost a horizon line you can see there. Oh, man. Certain things about the graphics in this game some people don't like versus Total War Warhammer 2, but I certainly think there's some significant upgrades, and the skybox is one of them. Anyway, okay, let's go ahead and take a look. Looks like we've got a Lord of Nurgle Lord alongside an Exalted Hero, just a basic Undivided Exalted Hero. Scrag, interesting choice. That's a very interesting... I don't know why you would take Scrag versus the regular Slaughtermaster. But anyway, got a couple of Noblars, the ROR Sky Striders here. ROR Crushers, Mournfangs, and some more Crushers. Lots of Marauder Horsemen and Hell Striders. Gnoblars, Blood Belchers. And yeah, that's basically it. Some Marauders with great weapons and regular Marauders up front as well. So quite the horde, a veritable horde. But look at that balance of power, man. Already just heavily in Cathay Corn's favor. Cathcorn here, coming in with Scarbrand, this Shungan on horseback to be maximum cost effectiveness, tons of spears, tons of Jade Warriors like we said. Warrior, the archers in the center. We've got Warriors with halberds for Corn, and then some Flesh Hounds protecting the back line alongside, oh my goodness, Blood Crushers. Very heavy anti-infantry, armor-piercing unit here. Scarbrand also going to be exceptionally scary. Let's see how they can do here. I mean, I don't really, besides maybe the Crushers in melee, there's not really a lot that can fight Scarbrand in melee effectively here, and the Crushers definitely will get killed off by him pretty quickly if he can charge up his weapon strength. Certainly seems like he'll be able to against killing all these Marauders. I don't know. 5 wishes for Britonia rework when? That's a good question, Memes of Warhammer. That's a good question, man. I've had like an outline done for that for quite a long time. I need to go back and look at it again and maybe change it and then actually do it. But we'll see. We shall see. Ah, yes. Yes, yes. Look at that giant Cathay Horn position. Absolutely disgusting. They're taking a fairly balanced approach, though. Taking time to make sure everything's in perfect position. Question is, will the formation hold up? Marked Beastmen when? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I don't think we'll be getting Britonia or Beastman stuff anytime soon. We'll see. I mean, they did post some old world stuff recently, and kind of the way I've been thinking about it is like Britonia is one of those things that Games Workshop needs to update them themselves first because there's so little. And I think there is a plan to update Britonia with the release of the old world. So I would keep an eye on that space for kind of future hints about what potentially could be coming for Britonia. But let's take a look. So the Cathayan cannons immediately going to be opening fire probably on, oh, that one Marauder Horsemaster, or just regular Marauder Horseman. Oh, the humanity. Does some pretty good damage, kills off quite a few of the models almost instantly. The Crushers are going to have to be careful as they advance through not to take the brunt of that arc of fire, but if they could kind of get this little tree and hill positioning between them and the cannons, that would be pretty ideal. Lead Belcher's also straying into range here. Thing is, there's just so many targets to shoot at. As long as the brute force here keeps advancing, then red team should start to like have some target priority issues. Like right now, I mean, yes, the lead belchers are definitely good targets to be shooting at, but the Crushers are going to be probably the most expensive, most important thing you could possibly shoot. So I'd probably focus all the cannons on them. That said, if you're not doing that, then you are leaving the lead belchers alive. So it's kind of it's an interesting situation, certainly. Nice bouncing there off the ground. Cannons managed to still maintain their arc of fire, given that they are Cathayan cannons, of course. Crushers are just eating those cannonballs like champs, though. Trying to find a lane, and the Crushers can just charge straight into the front of these Jade Warriors and absolutely annihilate them and break through into the second level of this formation. So definitely would like to see them just face charge this formation here. There's no anti-large infantry to stop them from doing so. It's a common mistake a lot of people make. They think like, oh, I'll have my anti-large units on the flanks because cavalry attack on the flanks, when in fact a lot of the time a cavalry can attack in the center. We do get a Troll Guts here, and probably a Fleshy Abundance going to be coming out soon there as well. On the other Crusher, hopefully, maybe if these teammates are coordinating effectively. It looks like the Corn Sorcerer, or the Nurgle Sorcerer rather, might be a little far here, and trying to avoid the Blood Crushers as much as he can. Crushers do punch through the front line, though, manage to get here into the second line. Mornfang Cavalry also punching through, trying to get on those cannons. The Sky Striders, though, heavily overextend. Troll Guts also on them, reducing the amount of, fire damage, reducing the amount of healing they're getting from that. Still is a pretty substantial amount, but the cannons have really done a number on the Ogre army as it advanced here. Marauders getting into position, but maybe they should have had some, I don't know, some like trappers or something in the corner to try and get on those cannons in a vanguard. Crushers are going to get routed here. Very unfortunate situation. Terror also kicks in for the Marauders as Skarbrand comes to haunt and hunt and just bully in general. Poor Scrag. There's, again, not really a lot of response to this from the side of the Warriors, and yeah, Warriors and Ogres just having a hard time in general here, as the Cathayan cannons are all pretty much still online and pounding away at high-value targets. I mean, target saturation is definitely a thing, but when you have this much, it can be very, very tough to operate successfully. Here, though, Hellstriders finally get through. They're going to hard shut down one cannon. The Marauder Horsemen start to kite back a little bit. Crushers also technically still fighting, I guess. The one unit does come back for Brout, but let's see. Marauders managed to get up and around here. Maybe they should have waited up back with some of their high-value units out of cannon range. Take a big, wide envelopment with all the Marauders, because there's not too much counterpunch. I mean, I guess a few of the Corn units could come out and try and counterattack and, like, you know, immediately just wreck some of those isolated units. But yeah, this Nurgle Sorcerer just gets beat up super hard by Skarbrand and routed off. I don't even know if he managed to use up much in the way of Winds of Magic, but yeah, I mean, army damage value-wise, pretty hilarious lead, to be honest. 10k between the GGX players and, like, yeah, not even 5k between the XMT players, so unfortunate situation for sure, but it is what it is. This is a really nasty combination, I would say. Definitely Cathay and Khorne together in 2v2 is just disgusting. Try as they might, the Hellstriders and Marauder Horsemen, even though they are very cost-effective, I mean, maybe, perhaps, Exalted Hero here is actually doing a number on Skarbrand, as he also gets hit by all these javelins as well. But the rest of the army is just running out of steam. There's just not enough value still on the field to contest. Cathay's got way too many units still left and tons of cannons online still. And poor Scrag just trying his best. Oh, what a brutal game. Oh, what a brutal, brutal game. It's going to be tough regardless of the factions that the XMT lads are playing here, but it is what it is. Credit to Wenin and Mr. Duels. Beautifully executed, beautifully synergized. Skarbrand still might get taken down here, to be honest, but I don't know if it will end up mattering a whole lot. Fleshhounds just chasing routing units. We've got some Noblars kiting Jade Warriors super effectively here. Scrag still fighting technically, and if it weren't for this horde of Cathayan infantry, it actually wouldn't be too bad for the Warriors and Ogres, but unfortunately there is an absolute horde of Cathayan infantry, and Skarbrand is still Skarbrand. So there you go. That is a brutal display, but we will put it on the scoreboard. Team GGX earning 2 more points. Up to 5 now. And let's move on to the next one. Briefly go over the army damage values. Yeah, Ogres, basically nothing pays for itself. Pretty tough, honestly, that small of an army in this type of a situation. But yeah, big oof for sure. Even the Chaos Army, I mean, a couple of units, the Hellstriders managed to pay for themselves, but it's just a rough one. Those Cathayan cannons, man, definitely shred on the approach, and they kind of force people into mistakes where Khorne units can then come in and counterpunch. Skarbrand getting a huge amount of value, so, I mean, just the Skarbrand and the cannons by themselves is scary enough, especially with these factions, too, kind of relying on healing to a degree. The fire damage of both the cannons and Skarbrand, reducing healing, of course. Just brutal stuff. Absolutely brutal stuff. So let's go on to the next one. Looks like we've got... okay, Empire versus Dark Elves. Just a regular 1v1. Put the funds back to default. And that's going to be on Peasant's Pasture. Okay. Let's go here. And I forgot to update the round number for a couple times. I believe we're on round 7 now. Round 7. Okay. Okay. Excellent. Why do I have 2 of these? Okay. Fine. There we go. Get a little music back on for the mid-round chill. Yes. Gonna have Felcon, Dark Elves versus Spartans, Empire. Should be interesting. Definitely an interesting matchup. Things have changed a little bit over time. Certainly the Dark Elves buffs make them much better in this matchup, and previously it was slightly Empire favored in my opinion. Granted, I'm very biased on that, but still, I would have said it's slightly Empire favored before. Now I think it's flipped. I think it might be slightly Dark Elf favored, but it looks like they're both ready for me, so let's go ahead, just jump right straight in there. Ah yes, Marcus Wolfhard, triple wagon, triple knight, warrior priest, fire wizard. We've got 2 halberds, 3 swords, 5 spears. Then on the other side, Malekith double manticore, 2 cold one knights, 2 dark riders, 2 corsairs, 5 bleak swords, 2 dark rider crossbows. What? Did someone disconnect? Huh? What? Oh. Oh, okay. It bugged. Okay, I might need to rehost. Desync. Okay. Let me rehost then. Okay, while these guys are rejoining, sorry about that. I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab drink water real quick. Okay, and I'm back with water. Remember to stay hydrated, everyone. Remember to drink lots of water. Got a few more battles to get through. We are, I think, more than halfway done, actually, already. Nice, but here we go. Falcon, I'm going to try and get back even by prevailing. Again, Spartan, hold the line and continue to increase GGX lead. Shall see. Dark Elves vs. Empire coming at you next very shortly. What would I add to Britonia? Some, like... Considering that Britonia is heavily inspired by Arthurian legends, I would sort of lean into that more, and then think about other kind of medieval English legends. You've got Robin Hood is a pretty obvious one, and I know there is stuff in the lore about, like, a Robin Hood type character, and about, you know, like, outlaws and brigands that have been redeemed to fight for Britonia or whatever, or, like, sort of exploring that part of the roster. They could, I guess, explore, like, a naval-themed part of Britonia's roster, but I don't see that really happening unless they're going to do, like, a general naval expansion. Foot Knights probably at some point, too, yes, like, in some form or another, but I don't know, lore-wise, you would need to sort of hand-wave some way of that working. Anyway, yeah, that's probably what I would add, is more like stock, skirmish, ambush type units, and then, yeah, some Foot Knights, maybe some naval themed units, who knows. Armored Sergeants, something. Men-at-Arms with crossbows, Truffle Hounds, and Hermit Knights. Yeah, just more stuff, for sure. For sure. In that direction. The Faceless ones, I believe, are also, like, the hero, like the Robin Hood type hero, and I forget the name. Bertrand the Brigand, that's it. Bertrand the Brigand. Yeah, it would be interesting to rework maybe Grail Guardians, too, so they're more like a monstrous cavalry, where they have, like, a lower model count, but maybe give them armor-piercing damage, and make them kind of like, yeah, like more of a monstrous cavalry, where they just have way more HP per model, maybe upsize them a bit, too. Have them use maybe, like, the new Chaos animations, who knows. Truffle Hounds, Spirit Knights, yes. Yeah, the Spirit Knights could be an interesting one. I mean, they have them already for Vampire Coast. I don't know. Again, I'm not a lore expert, so I don't know how loreful any of this actually is. But anyway, right now, these Harpies are eating some significant damage from the War Wagons. It's not the end of the world. As long as that damage is not going on Malekith, it's actually mostly fine. That being said, I mean, Malekith will definitely take damage. He does have physical resistance, though. 10% physical, 25%, sorry, 15% physical, 25% missiles. So that's actually 45% resistance against those shooting attacks. So going to be mostly ineffective, especially as the Harpies catch, like, a small percentage of those shots here as well. But looks like we got a little bit of lag coming through. Hopefully it will stabilize. Truffle Hounds are like Chaos Warhounds. Yeah, basically. Yeah, be like a more effective light, or a secondary light cavalry unit, right? Basically. I mean, not strictly cavalry. They'd probably count as infantry. But, yeah, Grail Knights, Vampires. I don't know. Since they gave, like, Blood Knights Hunger, I would say Blood Knights definitely feel like a heroic unit. I don't know. Death Guards are also better now. They're still not absolutely incredible, but nice net here from Marcus. Doesn't decrease missile resistance or anything, just a hard snare there for a couple of seconds.
Looks like Malekith maybe tried to do a breath attack, but it's a little hard to tell through the lag. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Anyway, looks like we're going to have a nice Soul Stealer getting popped here. Will heal Malekith just a little bit. He has taken some damage, so it's definitely nice to get this out early on. But nice kind of full surround here underway by the Dark Riders. Looks like a lot of these infantry are now getting their attack orders. Black Ark Corsair is going to be moving in. They will absolutely mop these state troops, so should be a pretty decent engagement for the Dark Elves initially. Hopefully we can get the lag to kind of stabilize a little bit here, but I'm not particularly hopeful necessarily. We've also got the Bleak Swords moving in a Dread Column, perhaps to try and bypass some of those lines. Yeah, the Dark Riders actually in concert with the Manticores definitely can't beat these Empire Knights, so if Falcon can kind of bait them away from the Halberd support, he should be able to move in and crush them fairly quickly, but looks like we're going to have a little bit of a Burning Head classic from the Bright Wizard. It's not going to do too much damage, though, due to the armor of the Corsairs anyway. Plus, Falcon's able to mostly dodge it. Looks like the Cold One Knights did manage to kind of bypass those lines somewhat, get in and engage those Empire Knights. You can see the Dark Riders also kind of lurking where the War Wagons are being forced away, but a nice crushing charge here from these Empire Knights, counterpunching those Bleak Swords, trying to scoot the gap there. Should see perhaps some response from these Cold One Knights, get the Corsairs back in melee, but looks like Malekith's going to be moving back up and around here. Looks like the lag is starting to subside somewhat, thankfully. But Dark Riders kind of alternating in and out one after the other. The Empire Knights realize they're way overextended. They need to be back protecting War Wagons against Manticores and other flying threats. But one War Wagon unit already been terrified away. These Empire Knights also getting pretty close to a terror rout as Malekith jumps in the front line to terrify away these swordsmen. So Falcon doing a really nice job just attacking aggressively, as is his kind of signature style, to be honest. The Dark Riders are getting countercharge here. A nice job by Spartan to kind of punch these Empire Knights out and force away, but a counterattack from the Cold One Knights over to the side here should be able to fend them off. Malekith also pops back up. No, technically, I think he's still on the ground. I was going to say he popped back up in the air, but he, in fact, did not. Interesting to see how, too, with these really smooth micro, I mean, I say smooth, good micro, I should say, maybe not smooth necessarily. These Dark Riders are kind of able to beat these Empire Knights, or at the very least hold them off effectively. Yeah, Malekith pops up into the air. He finds the Bright Wizard in melee up in the sky. Marcus is going to tee off on some shots in the meantime, but, I mean, that Bright Wizard better be able to hold out for quite a while if he wants Marcus to afford Marcus enough time to win that fight. But let's see here. Falcon attacking on all fronts. Pretty much all units engaged here. He's got War Wagons routed. Some more getting low. Dark Rider still getting pressured away, though, by those Empire Knights. Great job by them. The Cold One Knights a little bit slow on the follow-up because Empire Knights are much faster now. Not able to effectively catch too many models, but eventually we'll get through. It looks like that Bright Wizard did ultimately pay a pretty heavy price for the shots from Marcus. He gets routed away, but a nice net catches both the Manticore and Malekith directly underneath. War Wagons, they're going to shoot up into the sky. That missile resistance and physical resistance, though, of Malekith should be more than enough to at least tank through the damage, enough to get another Soul Stealer off. Murderous Prowess also gets popped. All Dark Elf units map-wide get a nice little power spike. Extra leadership certainly will help in this situation. Extra melee attack up to 45 for Bleak Swords on 35 weapon strength. They're going to be punching these state troops pretty good, actually. Malekith also dropping down, trying to get on these War Wagons. Looks like he's teeing off on a breath attack here. Getting ready to fire in, but honestly, Malekith could just charge Marcus at this point. There's not really a lot stopping him from just eliminating Mr. the Wolfheart here. Especially like 2v1 with the Manticores or 3v1 with the Manticores. The problem is, I mean, I guess I'd actually probably send the Manticores to pressure the War Wagons and then have Malekith drop on Marcus. But right now, Malekith is just taking a lot of damage from Marcus, which is kind of unnecessary. But beautiful Soul Stealer here as well. Looks like Malekith's just going to try and punish the War Wagons. Hello? 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 Yes. But the Soul Stealer does get popped here. Those War Wagons do get terrified. These War Wagons also taking some pretty huge damage there. Another Burning Head gets popped in the back line. Not really going to do a ton. Doesn't hit too many units. But Bleak Sword still fighting it out here. The double, look at this. Yeah, double Dark Rider is still fighting and beating those Empire Knights is quite impressive, actually. But still, Malekith's getting alarmingly low. I mean, the War Wagons, despite all the efforts of the Dark Elves, are still operational enough to deal damage to him. And Marcus also is quite dangerous at this point. So, I mean, really, he does need to go try and snipe Marcus. Like, send those Manticores to chase the War Wagons off, send the Dark Riders to chase the War Wagons off, and then drop Malekith on Marcus's face. Because, yeah, old Mr. Wolfheart there is quite dangerous. Yes. Will Malekith be able to prevail? He's got a slight lead on the balance of power at this point, but it's certainly anyone's game. Dark Riders, or sorry, Cold One Knights finishing off some Empire Knights there in the distance. The ones who have been long pursuing these Dark Riders, way out of position. There you go. Manticores now are getting into a rage, so they're going to start to go out of control. Hammer of Sigmar being popped there. The Warrior Priest buffs helping those state troops actually trade reasonably efficiently against the Corsairs, except I don't think those prayer buffs are actually hitting anyone. But yeah, Manticore drops on Marcus just to occupy his time as Malekith kind of helps his units across the field defeat their state troop counterparts. The Manticore also doing basically what I would do with it, which is to continue pressuring this healthy-ish War Wagon. And the Dark Riders also just countercharging in. I mean, they do have Murderous Prowess active just for a little bit longer, an extra couple seconds there for that extra little bit of charge bonus. Does help them deliver just that tiny bit percentage extra damage, which will matter in a close game. Not that this... I mean, it was a close game in many ways, but also it's turning into a win pretty quickly for the Dark Elves. Not necessarily a rout, but a lot of units are routing, it should be said, for the Empire. And their forces are starting to fall apart a little bit here. Marcus gets isolated, drops one more net to try and snare that Manticore and escape. But will it be enough? I mean, Malekith's lurking in the distance, finishing off the last of these War Wagons here. Another Manticore still quite healthy as well, so things are looking pretty good for Felcon. Is he allowed to not bring a Chill of Sontar? I think if he takes Malekith on the dragon, he's actually exempted from bringing the Chill of Sontar. I think that is actually proven. Anyway, the Fireball raining in, swing and a miss on that Manticore. Just straight up. And I hear lots of elves yelling sound effect, which means Felcon's doing a nice job just charging different targets constantly, keeping that charge bonus activated. Warrior Priest is now going to get dropped here. Poor Bald Bro gets bopped by the dragon, and that should be enough to finish him off. Yep. 160 HP. And he shatters, and it looks like that's going to be army losses for the Empire. So, great game, both sides, but Felcon, scary player, Dark Elves, scary faction, and ends up being a win for Malekith on the Dragons. There you go. Malekith doesn't even necessarily pay for himself. I mean, probably pretty close, but a lot of the value just is distributed across the field. You know, Corsairs do a great job. The Dark Rider crossbows do a great job. Bleak Swords trade super cost effectively, pretty much across the board. Dark Riders also contributing there pretty nicely as well. So it's just a nice team win, honestly. Nice team win on all fronts. Empire, same thing. Their value is going to be spread reasonably decently across, although the War Wagons will account for quite a bit of that. The infantry kind of underperforms a little bit, arguably, but it's just to be expected against Dark Elf militia tier units. They're just better than the Empire's low tier units right now for the same cost. So, yeah, GG's indeed. Let's go ahead and get the next players in here. I might need to just rehost in between each time, but let's see. Hopefully not. Looks like we're going to have Greenskins versus Vampire Coast. So, tally up another score for XMT here. Equalize. Ever closer to equalization, I should say. And then bear with me 1 second, guys. Get the music going again. Get the scoreboard updated, and I'll be right back. Okay, I guess we were just waiting on race, I think. Double check here quickly. Guys, bear with me just 1 minute. We'll keep it going. Okay, we should be getting started in just a couple minutes, guys. Sorry about that. But, yeah, hopefully you all are doing well. How's life treating you folks out there? Having a good time? Playing anything fun? Playing anything new? Playing Warhammer still? Let me know in the chat, in the comments below if you're watching after the fact. If you're listening at this particular moment in time. What are you up to? Doing? What you do? Yeah, you know, I'm very excited for any potential Britonian update that could come in the future. Britonia is really one of my favorite factions, has been for a very long time, so I'd love to see them get some more stuff. Yeah, in terms of like having enough to do a paid DLC, I'm not sure if they would be able to, but I don't know if they would either. They might just do like free content only for Britonia, which would be really cool. Honestly, either way, I think having Britonia be a forever free faction. Hang on one sec. Yes. Here we go. Yeah, there's so much they can do. I'm distracted by people messaging me and trying to get things arranged, and looks like Race is ready to go, or is at least in the lobby, so we can get started. Yeah, in terms of Britonian updates, certainly other people would be better qualified than me to talk about what would be loreful, but I can just talk about what would be cool. I don't know. There's so much. Honestly, there's just so much. I would love to see, in terms of like the order of updates, honestly, Norska arguably needs, well, not arguably, it does roster-wise and character-wise, it needs more than Britonia. So I would hope for a Norska update. Hopefully we get like a Norska free LC Lord sooner rather than later, just to kind of throw them a bone, honestly. But like a full Norska rework hopefully will come sometime next year, I really hope. I do need to do my wishes for Britonia video, though, and then probably wishes for Dwarfs, honestly. Alberic having cannons would be loreful. Yeah, see, and like, I might do a top 5 wishes for a naval DLC video where I talk about how they could do like an all factions, you know, maybe once all of the factions are in the game, or a lot of them, they could do like a all factions naval DLC for any. I think literally all factions have at least one character that's related to Dreadfleet somehow, or related to the pirates or the ocean or an oceanic god. Some of them are already in the game, like Alberic for Britonia, right? So you maybe don't get a new lord for Britonia. Maybe Alberic just gets like a legendary hero or something in his faction. But it would come with like naval units, like 2 or 3, max 4 naval units for each faction. And probably giving like 2 characters to Vampire Coast, since they're very much kind of a centerpiece of naval theming in Warhammer. But anyway. Oh man. Yeah, this is unfortunate. I think I'm gonna have to rehost in between each time. Yeah, okay. That's a shame. Okay, let's get that. Sorry for the long downtime, guys. Doing the best we can here with what we got. Unfortunately, the tech from Creative Assembly is not fully functional. So there you go. Should be locked in now. Good to go. So we've got this one. Now we've got another 2v2 up next, and then we finish out with 3 more 1v1s. So if Wicked's able to prevail here, then we could see quite a tight finish, but even if he does lose here, the XMT still has a chance to equalize on the next game on the 2v2. Here we go. Here we go. What would I envision naval combat similar to Empire Total War? Honestly, I envision naval combat, and it's going to sound a little bit strange, but it's like it would be an amalgam of, like it would be a combination, actually, of Empire and, like, Rome Total War, because, and here's why, like, I think different factions would play differently. Like, you'd have some factions which are very much the sort of Empire, Napoleonic style, you know, ship of the line, loaded with cannons, very much ranged focus, whereas I could see other factions being, like, Greenskins, for example, being heavily focused on ramming attacks and having high ram damage, where they are, like, you know, charging. I could see other factions being focused on boarding, like Chaos factions, where the actual, you know, warriors or demons themselves want to get on board and slug it out in melee. So I could see different factions having, like, different focused play styles, but I think it would be a combination of Rome 2 and Empire, yes. Kind of like Gothic Armada, honestly. If you played Gothic Armada 2, especially the most recent one, I would say it would be a reasonable approximation. Obviously, without the fighters, maybe you have some flyers. Like, if you have any flying units in your army when you engaged in a melee or maybe you have, like, flying specific naval units for your fleets, if they do have, like, fleet specific, right? Anyway, it's yeah, it'd be interesting. They could do a lot with it, is the thing, and I don't know if they would be willing to dedicate the resources to really do it justice. So anyway, putting all of that aside, that's sort of my dream Cold War Warhammer naval combat scenario. And I'm sure, you know, Dreadfleet has rules for all, or not. Is it Dreadfleet or Man of War? Is the game I'm thinking of, the actual tabletop Games Workshop naval battle game? Because I know Games Workshop did make, like, naval warfare games for Warhammer. I just don't remember. Again, no expert on any of this, but let's see what Wicked can do here. Wicked coming in with green skins. He's got a crap load of squig herds here, goblins, nasty skulkers, 8-peak loons, whole bunch of orc airboys, spider riders, wolf chariots. He was telling me how much of a fan he is of wolf chariots, which I thought was quite interesting. He does have a rogue idol, not the ROR, just a regular old rogue idol, quite risky, along with an orc shaman hidden here in the woods with no mount, just straight up mana battery. And then he's got a troll, and a greenskins orc shaman. Let's see, very wild build. We got more of a traditional build on the opposite side. Noctilus on the Necrofex. Got a couple of Carronades here. Yep, 2 Carronades. Depth Guard, single animated Hulk. 2 animated Hulks, actually. Some pistol mobs. Plenty of pistol mobs scattered around. A single Bomber, a single Siren as well. So, pretty good there. Yeah, I would imagine that you could, like, compare it to Gothic Armada, maybe slowed down by, like, 20%. Is probably what I would expect, just because given their naval ships, I wouldn't necessarily expect them to have the same reaction time as spaceships or whatever, but I don't know. Interesting. Yes, I agree. I would pay like $30 for a really good quality naval DLC that introduces naval combat and gives some naval units, and maybe gives a few naval-themed land units and characters to different factions as well. Be very, very cool. I just don't think it's something that's in the realm of possibilities for them to do, but we'll see. Okay. How would I fix vampire counts? Besides deleting them from the game. No, they just need more. As much as I hate to say it, because they already have so much variety in terms of character selection, they need more legendary characters and more star positions. Like, they are actually, even though they have a huge variety of characters, like, there's still no legendary Neckarch, there's still no legendary Lamian, still no legendary Strigoi, so we're missing a few of the big great houses. Don't have a legendary character representing them. It's really just the Von Karsteins and then some Necromancers. So, yeah, I would say give, like, yeah, I forget their names. I think Abarash is maybe the one for the Neckarchs, or I don't know. Just give legendary characters. Definitely, yeah. Give them the main 4 bloodline leaders, and I would imagine they're probably going to do some stuff with Cathay as well. Yeah, Shoran, Neferata, etc. Exactly. Yeah, Norska just needs more characters straight up, and there's quite a few more monsters from the Monstrous Arcanum that have yet to make it into the game that I think could be good options for them to add to Norska, just to kind of fill out their roster a little bit extra. What else? Yeah. Undead is too OP. Yes, increase crumbling damage. Please increase crumbling damage, please. Orc Air, who is just kind of picking away at random units right now. Not really focus firing effectively, but it does look like, oh man, is Noctilus going to come into range here? If he comes into range to all of this Daka, all of those Orc Air boys could focus fire and accrue some insane value shooting at him directly, and he is just wandering straight into the realm of danger. I guess Wicked not really punishing him too hard for it yet, but let's keep an eye on it. Carronades are still firing. They're weirdly, like, missing the chariots a lot and not really doing a lot to them. Very strange, but yeah, the Orc Air boys definitely should have been focus firing. They had a little bit of an opportunity there to go after Noctilus, but instead just damaging zombie pistols and whatnot, which, you know, to a degree I understand, but I'm going to try and pull some of these animated Hulks out of position. Looks like speaking of out of position, Fists of Gork on those goblins, and they should be able to win this fight. Let's see it. Come on. Yes, Fists of Gork. They all of a sudden get magic damage and huge melee stats, 3650, and look at those Sirens just get crumped by goblins. Yes. I love it. Absolutely love it. That is going to be a pretty good value get there, and those goblins just, like, instantly pay for themselves. Yeah, 500 damage value on a unit of goblins from killing a single siren. That is just glorious. Absolutely glorious. I mean, technically, you factor in a little bit of crumbling damage there, but what is that, like 800 damage value just straight up on some goblins? Just fantastic. So far, the focus on the chariots and this, like, skirmish force, I mean, these chariots are only 500 points, guys. They're as much as the bombers are, right? So, like, the cannons focusing on them and not focusing on these other targets, like this rogue idol, for example, which is going to be much more important and expensive than some little dumb wolf chariots. Oh, yeah, the Chad goblins in more ways than one. The true OG Chad gobbos here winning that fight, and then the ultimate distraction chariot gobbos with woofs, and then, of course, the rogue idol. All going to be working together. Some beautiful fanatics also being unleashed, cutting through the center of this formation. And so far, very interesting play from the Greenskins. Wicked is approaching this very patiently, and I feel like he's actually practiced this particular build before. We do have one more unit of sirens to be aware of, though. That caster, basically, he's just got to wait for this to come off of cooldown, and then, like, these squig herds even could run in there, and with the Fist of Gork, absolutely eliminate those sirens. The River Troll Hag gets hit by cannons and gets knocked down, but isn't going to be taking much damage in the process, which is kind of hilarious. Wolf Chariots do sweep up and around the side here, and they actually are doing some decent range damage. I mean, we take a look here. They actually have gotten halfway to paying for themselves just by skirmishing with their bows, which is pretty significant. Yeah, it looks like a... Aspect of Dread Knight, very interesting. I forgot Aspect of Dread Knight also does give magical attacks from the Lore of Death, of course, that River Troll Hag, but oh no, oh, we're going to see a nasty Pit of Shades here on the Orc Era boys as they focus fire on the Depth Guards. Depth Guards also got some wad-up nasty Skulkers fighting them in melee, which was very uncomfortable, but interesting that the Sirens kind of being pressured away here a little bit as the Greenskins attack starts to fall apart in certain pockets. We also see some summons here, deckhands being brought out by the Vampire Coast. So, I mean, it all looks very impressive. At the end of the day, though, is the Rogue Idol going to actually be able to do anything? One cannon is crumbling, which is decent. The other cannon is still online and quite dangerous. But I just saw a big cast of something there. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it was from the Orc Shaman there. I guess he literally must have just been an headbutt somewhere that I missed. A little bit of AoE damage there. But the Greenskin Skirmish Cav Force, these poor zombies just realized, like, oh no. With the chariots mixed into the spiders here, this is actually really smart because you get the poison from the spiders, you get the anti-infantry damage from the chariots, and they just ride through and barrage straight into those pistols. The Rogue Idol now in combat as well, just jumping and chunking through lines of the zombies here. He probably should just punch straight through to the Carronades with that guy so that he can shut down the main threat to him. That being said, Noctilus still quite dangerous. He's got a pretty strong squad here together with these deckhand polearms. Animated Hulk still quite healthy as well. The River Troll Hag going to be retreating now. Pops Aspect of Dread Knight to prevent herself from getting terror routed. Pretty smart play there. And yeah, the Carronades, like I said, the Rogue Idol really should just walk to the Carronades and try and beat them down. I mean, maybe the Halberds, the zombie Halberds, will be able to wear down the Carronades over time, but oh, come on, don't drop. Don't drop. This game is too good to drop. Oh, beautiful Edbutt going to be placed perfectly on those zombie bombers. Despite how cheap they are quite dangerous. And, ooh, nice little bop of damage there. Actually didn't do as much as I thought it was going to initially. But there you go. Come on. Come on, you big oaf. Get in there. This thing's just derping out right now, just not wanting to attack the Carronades. Just get distracted by these gunnery mobs here, but that's fine. That's fine. Looks like the Greenskins are having a kite and fight a little bit here. Fall back from Animated Hulks. Counterattack in with the Skulkers and the Squigs. Hulks are starting to take some significant damage. The bombers do manage to get a bead there on the 8 peak loons, but they end up savaging those Hulks there as well. And a lot of range units still alive for the greenskins, able to just keep kiting. I say range units, I mean, chariots are actually out of ammunition at this point, so they're going to have to fight in melee. Likewise, this stupid rogue idol, man, it really just needs to go engage those cannons. And it looks like finally it is going to do just that. Stop getting distracted and actually just go lay on those cannons. Yes, and it does exactly that there in the distance. Meanwhile, in the near term, these animated Hulks just getting significantly outnumbered here as the Spider Riders charge into melee. Chariots also charge into melee. The Orc Shaman punching them in the back of the head as well. Pretty effective there. Got some more rallying units coming back for the Greenskins, so it's definitely anyone's game at this point. Things are looking a little bit bad for the Greenskins balance of power-wise, but, I mean, as long as the main threats to the Rogue Idol can be eliminated, it can definitely carry the late game here, so I'm not really too worried about this for the Greenskins' sake. Animated Hulk also getting singled out and still losing out here. The Chariots kind of swing to different positions. They're going to help, again, just provide some extra damage against the animated Hulks and leadership. Hits there. Squig Herds move in to support the Rogue Idol. It is taking damage, no question. A little bit of damage, at least, from those zombie halberds, but as it takes damage, it's also going to continue to drop rocks as well. Man, these bows... Orc Error boys just need to, at this point, just focus Noctilus as much as you can, I would think. Or maybe you try and get rid of the zombies and just let the Rogue Idol slug it out with Noctilus in the late game. But Sirene's still alive in the back. It's pretty important. Hopefully Wicket's got some Winds of Magic left to deal with it. Yeah, Animated Hulk's going to be crumbling away there. Despite taking so much damage and getting routed off multiple times, River Troll Hag is still fighting. Unfortunately for the Rogue Idol, it's now taking some pretty significant damage as it's trying to find different targets. And oh no, the Sirens. Oh, hopefully that Orc Shaman's got Fists of Gork. Neither unit had a charge order onto each other. They're just going to kind of walk into each other, but I would imagine that those Orc Air Boys are going to get terrified away pretty quickly. Yep, and that is exactly what happens there. So a little bit tough. I think the Rogue Idol might have taken too much damage already to be able to finish off Noctilus, but we'll see. It's definitely going to be some heavy RNG in this late game fight. There's still some more Air Boys here as well who could provide a little bit of extra DPS on Count Noctilus, but let's see how things go. Rogue Idol managed to mostly finish off those pistol mobs. There's still a handful of polearms here as well. It's going to be super, super close, guys. Man, what an absolutely wild game from both players here. Fists of Gork is on cooldown as well. We just saw it on that Rogue Idol there, so Wicket's going to have to be careful not to get caught out by the Sirens during that time when it is on cooldown. He should still have enough at least for one more cast of it, but let's see. Got some more Spider Riders rallying over here. The Hidden Great Shaman's going to have to fall back and try and stay away from Noctilus as much as he can. But nice charge from the Chariots there to interrupt the Sirens. And, oh, here we go. Here's a little headbutt. Oh, yeah. Does a nice number. Good HP damage on those Sirens as the Orc Air Boys continue to chip away at the zombies. Got the Rogue Idol also fighting. Finishes off some zombies there. Oh man, the pistols fire while they're advancing. They managed to rout those wolf chariots. Spider Riders also maneuvering, trying to distract or block Noctilus. Regardless, just keep him away as much as possible from that poor little Goblin Great Shaman. But yeah, low HP Rogue Idol is a terror. That's true. And the lower the HP gets, the higher the weapon strength gets, of course. It is at tier 2 of its Rubble and Ruin. At tier 3, the armor gets even more degraded, and it does start to rampage. A huge amount of extra weapon damage, though, so let's see. I mean, Noctilus, if he gets unlucky, can get, like, 3-shotted by this thing, right? So I mean, I say 3-shotted. What I actually meant was 9-shotted, because he does have quite a bit of HP left, and that is, I think, one of the main problems here, is that Noctilus is more or less full health. But Greenskins Air Boys continuing to kite the last of the zombies, finish them off. This Orc Shaman also can move in as a secondary single entity to kind of help the Rogue Idol to win that fight there. Rogue Idol, I love how he just, like, lays on a unit and it just pops. But anyway, this will go on for some time, so prepare yourselves, folks. Grab a little snack, grab a drink of water, as the slow zombies slowly chase the orcs. Oh, let's see. The troll is still not quite chased off. Death's creepers do come back right at the edge of the map. And I'm not sure what they're going to do. They probably should just run to try and rally and reunify with the rest of these forces here. Chariots coming through. They're going to get a charge perhaps on those wolf chariots. Yeah. Perfect time to start watching. Maybe, maybe not. It is going to be interesting here. It's basically like, can this wounded rogue idol with about still more than half the HP of what Noctilus has, so even though it does look quite low, I mean, still almost 6,000 HP. That's like, yeah, nearly 2/3 of the amount of HP that Noctilus has, and way more weapon strength. Definitely, like, almost double the weapon strength. More than double, actually, because of wounds. Well, once you factor that in, once Noctilus gets actually wounded, but... Oh yeah, Noctilus's ammo. I think he's not using it, actually. I think he turned it off fire at will and is no longer firing, maybe? He should be. Because it is bugged. Yeah, Nocti still has full ammo. It's true. So does that count as a rule break? I don't know if we were actually doing any rules on this, but I'll have to clarify with that. Either way, it's going to be super close. Yeah, probably Invocation of the Heck. I mean, he's doing the animation. I don't know if he actually fired any projectiles. Oh, no, he's shooting. He's definitely shooting. Yeah, he should be turned off fire at will. But, anyway, a little bit of Invocation of the Heck there on those Sirens. Heal them up a bit. Winds of Magic-wise, unfortunately, I don't get to see where Wicked's at, but he definitely wants to delay this engagement as much as he can to get all of his forces together. Oh, no! Oh, no! Yeah, making the lore passive illegal. It's true. And he definitely is still firing. Ammunition counts towards balance of power. Yeah, okay, so that's part of why it's so heavily favored. But even still, man, I don't know. I mean, Sirens are just going to shatter a bunch of units here. And I think, yeah, without support, I just don't see the Rogue Idol trading wildly great here. Oh, he got Wa. You missed it earlier on. He had a couple, definitely. Rogue Idol is unbreakable. It is, yes, technically it is unbreakable. But, oh man. Oh, this is going to be bad. 26 melee defense. Here it goes with Fists of Gork. And Noctilus isn't going to try and run away from it, is he? That would just be ridiculous. Try and waste that Fists of Gork uptime. Oh, this thing's so slow. It's so painfully slow. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I wasn't the one who set this up, so I didn't know if there were any specific rules restrictions in place, if we're using fruit rules or whatnot, but I would think that that would be against the rules. But, I mean, it's still been a very close game regardless, and we'll see. This Rogue Idol might just carry it in this late game. Yeah, Nurgle is even faster than this. It's true. I don't know why the Sirens are not getting involved in this, though. That little charmed melee attack debuff would be super important right now to try and prevent some of the hits from the Rogue Idol. Oh, another Pit of Shades. Oh, no. Not Pit of Shades. At least they got a volley in before it went off. And another volley from this other unit of air boys. It still has like half their models, a third of their models, I should say. Every little bit helps, certainly. Oh, look at that hit. That was a big hit on Noctilus. Noctilus down about, yeah, almost 2,000 HP already in this engagement. So, I don't know, actually. Rogue Idol might just carry this legitimately. But definitely Sirens are going to be a little bit of a problem. Oof. Oof, that Edbutt was a swing and a miss, and he also took some miscast damage on it too, which is most unfortunate. But Fists of Gork there on the Rogue Idol, up to 50 melee defense, 88 melee attack. Fortunately, he's just so slow, and despite that ability lasting 30 seconds, he's not going to get a ton of use out of it, not a ton of uptime. Let's see. Oh man, the Gabo Shaman moving into combat now. Sirens not attacking is a big mistake. I agree. I mean, I understand them trying to chase down the Orc Air boys, but you definitely need to help Noctilus with the Rogue Idol. Oh, come on. Come on, lad. Come on. You can do it. Yeah. Oh, get a rear attack. That's what's up. Oh, the rear attack bypass melee defense. Oh, man, that's brutal. Come on, Idol, bro. Oh, another huge hit on Noctilus. Oh, oh man. Is he kiting with infinite ammo Noctilus? I mean, I'm not going to put that on him, but it does kind of appear that way. Oh, no. Oh, no, he can't, though, because everything else is shattered, technically. Yeah, I don't know what happened to that Goblin Great Shaman. I guess he just got army lost. So, it's all up to the Rogue Idol now to see if he can win. He's down to 1,800 HP. Noctilus. Oh, no. I think his splash attacks are maybe getting broken up right now between different units. Oh, man, and now the animations for the Rogue Idol are bugging out, and that whole time he's taking chip damage from the halberds, too. Oh, that's super frustrating. What an awful way to end this game, man. That was a super great game, even with the bug and everything. What a shame it had to end that way. Bugged animations. Kaiju fight? Not exactly. Not exactly, unfortunately. So, yeah. Yeah, the balance of power effect alone is pretty huge. I definitely agree. So we'll have to wait for a ruling on that one. I don't know if there was an agreement beforehand on rules or not, but I'd say it's a rule break. I agree. So I would definitely call that a rule break. So, yeah, and especially because he was using the ammunition the entire time as well. So let's get this sorted out real quick, guys. Bear with me just 1 second. We'll be right back. Okay, so since Wicked doesn't want to replay it, and I don't blame him, that was a very long, very grueling game. Probably I'll just award no point on that one, and we'll just skip that game and not award a point to either team. But anyway, let me rehost this new lobby here. Yeah, I mean, it definitely says in the rules, in the fruit rules. Yeah, and I don't think we're even necessarily using the fruit rules directly, but yeah, it was a neat matchup for sure. And I really like Wicked's build there too. It was very, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. I know he's a big fan of those wolf chariots, so I was rooting for him, I'm not gonna lie. So I think we're on to a 2v2 now. Let me open up a couple extra slots. Yes, it looks like Slanesh Tomb Kings versus Lizardman Nurgle. So let's get this here. Lizardman Nurgle. Slanesh Tomb Kings. Okay. Yeah, so the bug basically, for those of you guys who don't know, for whatever reason, the lore attributes for lore of vampires and lore of Nehekara for the Tomb Kings both will bug out units and give them infinite ammunition when they restore model count. So, yeah, that's the bug. And it definitely affects Vampire Coast the most, but it does affect Tomb Kings to a pretty large degree as well. But, I mean, Vampire Coast, you have, like, Queen Bess, you have, like, Necrofexes, you have quite a bit of units that have very strong shooting attacks with relatively limited ammunition. But, yes, we will move on while they discuss that for the time being. Let's see here about Lizardman Nurgle versus Slanesh Tomb Kings. We're still waiting on one more. Lizardman player here. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. Checking on some things here on the side. Okay. Oh, yeah, extra powder. That is true, Ronan. Yeah, Ronan makes a good point that Vampire Coast units get a huge damage spike when they're at full ammo. So, yeah. Ah, interesting. He didn't have the lore passive. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to go back and rewatch the replay. But if it's just straight casting Invocation of Nehek on Noctilus himself, I don't know. Or maybe I don't know. Yeah, it's super frustrating. Yeah, Wicked. I mean, that build is beautiful, and the Wolf Chariot play was superb, so... Okay. It should still trigger for Invocation of Heck, because it should still try and do the model resurrection thing, but see, like, when I tested it, and I don't know if it's only with undead units, or specifically with certain undead units, but... Like, when I tried it with Lizardman, for example, right? Because the Rev Crystal also restores models. When you cast a Rev Crystal on a unit, it doesn't give it infinite ammo. So it's something specific to either undead or the way that the undead heals interact. Because, again, the Rev Crystal does restore models as well, and it doesn't seem to have that issue, so... 10K funds. Yes, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. No, not 105,000. There we go. 10,000. Really? See, when I tested it on I've tested it on, I think, was it Stalkers or, yeah, it was Chameleon Stalkers, Chameleon Skinks, a couple of different units. Maybe they weren't full health or something. I don't know. Maybe I missed some part of the interaction, but interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was specific to undead, so I'll have to go back and retest that and figure out if I can see the parameters of how it works and how it doesn't work. Thankfully, that bug should be fixed in a few days when the patch releases, so we won't have to worry about this again, but no doubt there will be new abusable bugs found, and we'll have to address those, and anyway, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think the Wolf Chariots were the weakest part. I don't know. They probably paid for themselves. I mean, I'd have to go back and watch the replay, check their damage value, but I do think they probably paid for themselves. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like, you know, most ranged chariots, they don't lose models as quickly as skirmish cav, and they can usually take a little bit more counter skirmish damage and be okay. I don't know. I really like the Rogue Idol. Rogue Idol was a huge piece. It got a ton of value back. Ultimately, almost carried the game, so I would definitely keep the Rogue Idol. I don't actually know what I would change. Build-wise, probably actually I'd keep almost everything the same. Maybe some slight changes, but overall I thought it was pretty solid. Slaanesh Tomb Kings. Yeah. Maybe I will. Let me go save that real quick, actually. Maybe I'll cast that separately. I don't know. I have most of the replays I need, though, is the thing, until... Like, I pretty much have all my content planned out until the patch, so... Yeah, it really didn't take much damage on the advance at all. But just waiting on Stormrunner to get his picks locked in. We should be all good to go. Yeah, 16,000 HP, 150 armor. Who cares if it gets shot? That's true. That is true. You can Night Shroud, exactly. Taking a YouTube break for the honeymoon? Yes. I'm going to try and have content scheduled. The wedding will be next year in September, so there's some time still before then, but yeah, my plan is to hopefully have content done ahead of time for you guys, so I can have videos releasing while I'm gone, but I will be gone for some time. Yes. All right. Let's get to it. Man, look at this Slaanesh build. That is, huh. He brought the Slaanesh Demon Prince, which is already an aggressive move, but, I mean, I guess you're Slaanesh Doom Kings, you can kind of do whatever you want, right? Got Mazamundi Double Solar Engine on the other side. And then let's see what the Nurglings have backed up the lizards with. Nurgle healing lizards actually could be pretty nasty. But let's see here. Yes, I am indeed getting married. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, let's see here. Is this the right map? Am I on the right map? I think I'm on the wrong map. That's okay. Oh, no, it is right. Southern Chaos Waste. How about that? Alright, so Slaanesh Doom King's here. He's got some Ushabti Great Bows. I see Ark in the Black. We've got some Skeleton Horsemen, Skeleton Warriors, Skeleton Spearmen, Blessed Legion of Kath, some more Skeleton Archers. So very basic builds on both sides, pretty wide. But this is just such a weird pick. I am not a fan at all of this guy. He's very expensive for what he gives you, which is, I mean, he's decent enough, but I don't know. Maybe there's something about him that I'm not realizing, but I'm not that much of a fan. On the other side, oh, yes, double Chungus. This is a thing of, I can't say beauty exactly, but double chair Chungus is right, folks. We've got Kugath, and we've got Mazdamundi teaming up for the worst of alliances for your cholesterol. We've got Nurgle Champ here on horseback, 2 solar engines, Saurus Spears and Saurus Warriors through the front line, some Nurglings to screen, some Furies as well. But it's the double Chungus blob, of course. There's also a Nurgle War Shrine. No Cultist on there, but still. It'd be very, very interesting. And the Ushabti Greatbows are obviously going to be a major danger to this death box, but at the same time, will they be able to actually deal enough damage to break through it? It remains to be seen. Double Chungus is a win in my book, for sure. Me and Turin should do a co-commentary stream. Maybe someday. Who knows? Perhaps. Perhaps. Yes. See, here's the thing, right? Mazdamundi, of course, is going to have the Sunburst Standard, which will give some missile resistance, 10% extra missile resistance. So this guy, Kugath, will be at 30% total resistance. Same thing here. He'll be at 25%. Mazdamundi himself will, with that active. So that'll be able to shrug off some of the damage from the Ushabti Great Bows. But, yeah, there's no Guardian here. You could also, of course, have taken, Lizardman could have taken Star Chamber Guardians here for an additional 20% physical resistance on both of these characters to help resist some of that inevitable missile fire. And then, yeah, I mean, Guardian, maybe you take the Legion of Chocolates as well, but it seems like a little bit overkill, to be honest. Let's see how they do, though. Got just a couple more games after this, folks, so stay right here. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, after this, we've got 3 more games. This is round 9. I don't know if I updated the scoreboard properly, but let's see here. Excellent. Perfect. All right, here they go. So, can XMT claim the win here? That is the question. The Ushabti Great Bows are going to advance, get into range. Kugath can throw at them, so looks like Lizardmen are getting on the move. Nurgle also needs to advance to stay in position to assist here. Looks like the Nurglings do make their way forward. Solar Engines are going to be counter-firing, I would imagine. But yeah, Ushabti shooting at the Solar Engines is mostly fine. Nice blinded debuff there. And it looks like we've also got a Casket of Souls being able to rain in on some of those infantry. Yeah, no Rev Crystal, but Focus Fire on the Solar Engine is doing a decent amount of damage. That being said, it's not any focus that goes on the Solar Engine is not going to be going on Mazdamundi or on Kugath, right? Multiple hits there, blinded debuff, shutting down the accuracy to a degree of the Ushabti Great Bows. But more casket shots raining in, doing some decent damage to those Saurus leading, but so far nothing too crazy. Yeah. Let's just see how they get on. It's going to be a slow advance. Lizards and Nurgle across this field here. And it looks like Mazdamundi is maybe trying to bait and block some of those shots so that they don't go into the Solar Engines. Try and just waste the ammo of the Ushabti Great Bows. We're going to see a Pavane of Slanesh as well on the Furies. Interesting choice. I'm not really sure about that. I guess just to try and like one-shot the unit to secure the Ushabti Great Bows. Not that the Furies are a huge threat to the Ushabti Great Bows anyway, but they are a mobile unit that can threaten them towards the mid to late game. But artillery fire so far proving mostly successful for the Tomb Kings as they start to draw a little bit of an early value lead there. Solar Engine sails a shot clear over the heads of those Ushabti Great Bows, but let's see. The Death Box definitely needs to get into combat here. Kugath can start AoE draining all of this infantry. And basically, Kugath Mazdamundi could together kill this entire army, except for the Ushabti Great Bows, pretty much. So, let's see how they get on. Saurus now going to be moving into combat. Got Kugath also raining some shots on the Hellstriders in the back line, as the Solar Engines continue to tee off as well. Nice dunk from the casket. The casket's definitely dealing quite a bit of damage to this front line of the Lizardmen here as the Saurus kind of get overwhelmed to a degree. But here comes Mazdamundi striking the front line there, taking a little bit of friendly fire, but a nice Apotheosis will respond immediately to that Spirit Leech very efficiently. Nice side charge there through those skeletons, and unfortunately the Saurus are going to be having some leadership issues here as Demon Prince of Slaanesh dives down into the side of those Saurus spears. Not sure that's the best choice. This Solar Engine probably should just shoot him immediately, blind him, and the Solar Engines also will be pretty efficient at dealing damage, but right now they're just friendly firing Mazdamundi instead, which is fine. Lizards and Nurgle having a hard time getting into combat. Looks like one Solar Engine was routed already, which is pretty unfortunate. Balance of power slowly starting to grind in favor of the Tomb Kings and Slaanesh, which is definitely an absolutely disgusting combination. And yeah, Solar Engines having a hard time making their presence felt. Kugath does come through and start to drain out some of this Tomb King's infantry, but Skeletons just take so long to grind through, man, because Crumbling really does nothing. Like, it does absolutely nothing. So all these units are essentially going to be more or less unbreakable. Slaanesh units also just having good leadership and immune psychology makes them very tough to break in a situation like this. So yeah, it's an unfortunate situation for Lizards and Nurgle to be in, but I don't actually see a lot of hope for them as their push kind of starts to fall apart here a little bit. The ranged units are just too much. Right now they're doing a lot of damage to Mazdamundi. And Kugath also is just struggling to output enough damage fast enough to get through this. I mean, certainly he's got... What? How has Kugath barely got 200 damage value? Has he not been in melee this whole time? If that's the case, that is a potentially devastating, backbreaking mistake. I mean, not that it would have mattered that much anyway at the end of the day. But, yeah. Yeah. Mazdamundi gets routed off there, and that's pretty much a GG. I mean... You have like an 6,000 value gold lead here. Gold value lead, rather. Anyway. Oh, yeah. Absolutely disgusting combination. The two most powerful factions. Yeah, definitely, Oh... Yeah, Slaanesh is definitely number one, overtuned 100%. Tomb Kings is pretty close behind, though. The leadership buffs and the changes to their army ability, where it goes off multiple times. I mean, Tomb Kings are just insanely strong. Yeah. Yeah, Puggington, I had suggested that they take like a multiple resistance stacking build and literally just sit and eat the Ushabti Greatbow shots on your high-value targets and just, like, cackle from the missile resistance. But they decided to go in a little bit of a different direction. Granted, I didn't get a chance to practice with them to kind of show them what I was thinking, but... Solar Engines, I mean, in hindsight, definitely would have been better to just take out something else in that place, but... yeah, things are looking pretty grim. Pretty grim indeed. Mazdamundi hasn't been able to fight at Kugath's side, just the range damage being far too much. And even with Mazdamundi heal capping, he just took so much damage. They really didn't have any way to contest the missile line here. They've basically been able to fire. You see all these missile units, full health. I've used all of their ammunition almost. That is so much damage output, basically for free, so... Yeah, I mean, even if Hellstriders were like 700, 750, they would still be an auto-pick in every single matchup. They could have gone super wide with no valuable targets. Maybe. Maybe. That also probably would have worked pretty well, actually, given what... Unholy Alliance had brought here, but it is what it is, you know. Not the most exciting game in the world, but I'm just gonna keep the camera right here, because there's not really a lot of need for me to move it around too much. Not really a lot going on here. Just, you know, a bunch of undead missile units firing. Solar Engine finally getting some shots on the Demon Prince. Not that it's going to matter a whole lot, but there you go. Slanesh needs more than that. Yes, well, there's a whole discussion. Yeah. Oh, I 100% agree with you, Puggington. There is no chance with equally skilled players. One of the issues is that with Slanesh, the Slanesh mark has no downsides, and it's a significant upgrade. You get like Strider for free. You get immune to psychology. You get physical resistance. The immune psychology and physical resistance by themselves are probably worth like 150, 200 gold, and yet they give it to you for 100. And I mean, the Hellstrider's got it for free, right? And they can get up to like 32% resistance with their Soul Scent passive as well, or whatever it's called. So it's just, yeah, Slanesh just needs nerfs, and they should probably have given all units, like all regular, you know, warrior units that take the mark of Slanesh should get like a -10 armor, so that they actually have some kind of downside for the mark of Slanesh instead of it being a pure upgrade as it is right now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this matchup, when I saw it, I knew it was going to be very difficult for Lizardman and Nurgle, but it is what it is. It's going to put GGX a little bit further ahead now. Mercifully, that game is done, and we can all move on with our lives. Yeah, I mean, yes, Nurgle is just like, yeah, I could do a whole video on how the marks are completely imbalanced, 100% imbalanced, but yep. Yep. Well, let's immediately move on. And get ready for the next game here. Let's... This next one also is going to be probably very one-sided because, for whatever reason, you guys decided to put Kislev against High Elves, which is not a good idea. Or Kislev. Yeah. Let's see how this goes. I don't know. Maybe Gobbo Slayer has some kind of secret build here that I don't know about, but I'm not particularly enthused about his chances. In my experience, this is a very bad matchup for Kislev. So, let's see here. Let's actually do this. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm curious to see what you guys can do, because... yeah, that was just the whole meta. You're right, Stormrunner. You guys made the mistake of trying something that wasn't some sweaty ultra cheese box, so you lost. I'm sorry. Yeah. I think they should keep nerfing Slanesh. I mean, yeah. I think they're going to get some buffs, too. Like, I think they're going to fix Hell Scourges so they actually have some armor piercing damage again. Yeah. Like, Slaanesh will get some buffs. I would imagine that they might get some other changes too, like Soul Grinders and Keeper of Secrets are not very good. Maybe they'll fix Fiends too. Yeah. I think Slaanesh might get some minor buffs too, but they need some serious nerfs to the low and middle part of their roster. Okay, sorry, just getting a little distracted here on the side. People are sending me messages and stuff. It's also getting a little bit hot in here. I think I need to maybe open the windows or something. But anyway. Hey, thanks, Admortem. Thanks for showing up. Yeah, plus 100 cost to all their OP units. It's true. It would go a long way to fixing them. I mean, they gave the anti-infantry devoted marauders like plus 75 cost, and I mean, they're still good, but they're not nearly as oppressive as they were before, so yeah, to do the same thing, like you said, plus 100 cost, plus like 150 cost for Hellstriders, both variants. Maybe all marked spawns should get a cost increase as well. I'm not really sure on that. Definitely Marauder Horsemen need a cost increase of like 100 points. The marks on the Marauder Horsemen are all very strong. I think all of the marked Marauder Horsemen probably need a cost increase. Maybe the Nurgle ones arguably don't, but who cares? Just increase their cost anyway. In fact, all Marauder Horsemen, even the unmarked ones, and Horse Masters need a cost increase, but yeah, it's crazy to me that Khorne's units are so expensive. Well, the fire and melee, even if the fire and melee gets patched out, I still think Marauder Horsemen need a cost increase. Like, they've just been meta for a long time. Like, even in Warhammer 2, Warhammer 1, like, they just... yeah, they have needed a cost increase for a long time, I think. Anyway, let's take a look here at what they've got. Gobbo Slayer, I'm very curious. He's coming in with the big bear, so I think this is something that I had thought about and kind of theorized, but I don't know how well it's going to work here, especially with double bolt throwers. He's got an Ice Switch to back him up, some Kossars, including one Kossar Spear, 4 Zargard with great weapons, some Winged Lancers, and some Cospite Dervishes. On the other side, we've got the Star Dragon, of course, Archmage of Life, 2 Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, 4 Lothran Sea Guard, some Lyrian Reavers, some Silverin Guard up front. Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward build. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I am ready. So let's see here. I think technically there are enough games. If XMT wins out, they're going to be able to tie this. But let's see. It's definitely going to be tough here, even just to win this one. So, can Goblin Slayer take home the win? Shall see. No sleds, I know, right? Let's see. No sleds, no clue. I guess the Giga Chad Bear is going to be the, no healing for the Giga Bear either, which is potentially a huge mistake, but let's see. Maybe Kislev can pull it off. I kind of agree with the balance of power, though, that this is not looking great for them. Yep. Bolt throwers should immediately start focusing on the Giga Bear, and it looks like they do. And no healing on it is going to be tough. That said, we've got some dervishes swinging up and around the side here. Looks like some Illyrian Reavers hidden in the woods. Not yet been discovered by the Winged Lancers, but definitely could get discovered quite easily. Big Bear's dodging, dancing, and doing his thing, trying to not take too much damage on the approach there. A little bit of range damage on the Star Dragon, too, from those Kossars as they open up with their bows. Ice Witch coming over here is going to have to be careful. She doesn't have a whole lot of armor to be shot by High Elf archers, so... Oh no, the Winged Lancers, though, they do eventually find some Illyrian Reavers in the woods. Really? With full dwellers below just to sacrifice one 850 cost cavalry? I mean, I kind of get it to a degree, but at the same time, also no. This Kislev Rush, though, is just about to get into combat here. These Zargard Great Weapons definitely need to engage as quickly as possible on those Silverins and just start to rush through, deal damage here. Looks like we're going to get a nice breath attack cutting through the center of those Lothern Sea Guards. And then the Elemental Bear should, yep, just punch straight through. It actually can just walk straight through here. But, yeah, nice, oh man, what is that? I forget the name of that spell, but it is a spell, technically, that Kislev has. Hits a couple of units there, does some nice damage to those Lothern Sea Guard. The Reavers come through. They're going to actually impact the Kossars with spears, which is just fine, but look at how much damage the Bear has taken already. This is one of those issues that the Kossar Dervishes are not in a position to try and take out those bolt throwers, but it looks like they are going to do so. Perhaps too late, though, as the Elemental Bear has taken a substantial amount of damage. Zargard have also been able to get into combat without taking much damage in the process. Winged Lancers moving over. Dervishes and the Snow Leopard now able to compromise and hopefully shut down, but look at this Star Dragon out in the distance, hunting down some Winged Lancers. Reavers in the back line also going after some Kossars. Engagement's not going to go crazy good for the Reavers, but they certainly do have the melee stats to try and win out on that engagement. Ice Witch also facing some rough fire from those Lothern Sea Guard, but one Zargard sitting a little idle here is a little bit tough. Definitely need to get these guys activated and into those Lothern Sea Guard as soon as possible. A little bit of a blizzard being used here. That's got to be a misplacement. That has to be a misplacement because it's hitting only Kislev's own units. I'm not really sure about that there. An unfortunate situation, no doubt. But let's see. Star Dragons coming over, perhaps moving on to finish the Elemental Bear as it also continues to get focused. And this one Zargard just standing idle on the flank here is really just upsetting me. There we go. Finally, guys, get a move on. They've been standing idle for a solid, like, 2.5 minutes. But anyway, yeah, the Elemental Bear here actually proving to do a decent job. The question is, will Kislev be able to output enough DPS at the end of the day? Like, yes, they're winning the infantry fight, But monster-wise, oh, that side-shotting breath just explodes a Lothern Sea Guard. Absolutely devastating. Here comes a breath in response, though, from the Star Dragon. Actually, mostly misses the Dancing Bear. So there you go. The Winged Lancers moving in to shut down the Lothern Sea Guards. Zargard finally getting involved and starting to cut up those Lothern Sea Guard in melee as well. So, you know, very interesting. This is something that I had kind of thought about but never actually tried, which is, you know, Zargard plus the Big Bear working, you know, in concert to try and win the infantry fight decisively. It's so far going okay, but I'm not really sure. The Star Dragon can come in and turn this thing around in a big hurry, especially as the Ice Witch starts to get a little isolated here, potentially at danger of getting sniped. The Kossars, though, continuing to fire. Kislevet Kossars do have decent enough AP values, 3 AP per shot. Certainly, they can get the job done against the Star Dragon. A little bit of Earthblood there, though, to help heal through some of that damage, sustain that. But look at this. These Zargard are more or less untouched after having cut through most of the High Elves infantry force. So it's really going to come down to, can the Star Dragon tank out all of these units? And the Bear is actually going to breath the Star Dragon, which will apply Frostbite at range, helping to keep its speed locked in and not allowing it to move much. The Bear's also going to now move into combat against the Dragon. I'm not really sure about this. I think the Bear honestly should probably just hang back for the time being. But the double slow will mean that the Star Dragon's not going to be able to escape the Bear. It would have to fight in combat and beat the Bear to be able to escape. You can see its speed debuff down to only 32. Bear can easily keep up and keep getting attacks, and the more that Zepp tries to pull away from this, the more it's going to hurt him. Right now, though, the Bear's getting distracted, fighting like a couple of random Sylvan Guard models. Most unfortunate. Really needed to stay focused on that Star Dragon, not let it escape back up into the air. By Our Blood does allow the Kislev caster to cast one more spell. Doesn't really get much contact, but still. The light cavalry and other units for Kislev doing a good job chasing, routing units there, cleaning up a lot of those High Elves in the distance. And yeah, this is a way. This is definitely a way. I don't know if this is the way, but this is certainly one way that you can potentially approach this matchup. The Ice Witch now gets routed off. The Unbreakable Big Bear, though, still has 1,000 HP. Moves in, slows the Archmage significantly, down to 77 speed. Still needs to get an attack, though, to apply Frostbite. Right now, it's just the Chilling Aura that's applied there, and the Zargard moving in. They're going to try and get a surround here on the Star Dragon. Another Earthblood to heal the Star Dragon. But Zargard's armor-piercing damage in melee certainly decent enough. And, I mean, they have okay attack. 37 attack with a single Chevron there is not great. 50 against the 51 melee defense of the Star Dragon, but it's something. And the whole time, too, these Kossars can just keep firing their bows. Keep using those ranged attacks to great effect here as Kossarvite Dervishes. Oh, they're almost routed. Fortunately, it seems like the Lothern Sea Guard were able to come back and kind of reposition, reacquire their leadership, and get ready. But very impressed so far by Goblet Slayer's build and execution. Bringing the Star Dragon isn't the most competitive, but I actually really like the pick of the Star Dragon here as kind of a surprise pick. I don't know. I think, in general, Kislev has a hard time controlling flying units. They tend to kind of get the engagement dictated by the flying units rather than being able to, you know, choose their own engagements. But, oh man, the Star Dragon getting blocked there. And then the Bear turns around and is going to get a rear attack into it. Look at that, man. Some nice positioning as those Kossars just get absolutely savaged by the Bear. The other unit is still firing in, though, point blank, filling the Star Dragon with arrows. Oh, and the Big Bear goes down. Will it be enough, though? All that does is open up more firing lanes for the Kossars, and all of a sudden they just dump a whole bunch of arrows that had been blocked by the Ice Bear. Now that the Ice Bear's corpse actually just disappears like a, you know, friendly ghost, that leads to the Star Dragon getting routed by all those arrows. So, yeah, actually the Bear, it's kind of like deleting your own walls in, in Age of Empires, right? It's like, all right, ready to push, and Bear go down. Very interesting. Gobbo Slayer is looking pretty good, though. I was doubting. I'll admit, I was doubting. I know he has been practicing this today specifically, but, yeah, High Elves literally has nothing left. Yep. But the quad Zargard, I'm gonna have to save this one as well. Maybe recast this, but that's, that's a beautiful Kislev build. And I mean, I'm sure you can find something from the High Elves, maybe option 1 or 2 sisters. You cut the Star Dragon out and just go with a little bit more of a sensible, wider build, maybe 1 sister and something else. I don't know. Hard to say, but yeah, regrowth over Earthblood, definitely. Definitely. That's great, Ryder Rohan. It seems like it definitely paid off because I've rarely seen Kislev win this, but the Zargard definitely carry super hard here. The Ice Witch as well and the Ice Bear both contributing. And then look at the value on these Kossars, man. The Kossars shooting, when they don't get countershot by High Elves so aggressively, they can actually trade very effectively. So, yeah. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Let's rehost the lobby once more. Okay. Get this. And next. Brings XMT that much closer to equalizing. Now they're only 2 points behind, and there's 2 more games left, so they still have a chance to tie things up. Gobbo Slayer prevails here, and for the next game, we're going to be moving on to Ryder Rohan's High Elves against Waldsterben's Greenskins. So here we go. Excellent. And we are now on round 11. And the map is Altdorf Outskirts? Yes, Altdorf Outskirts. Okay. Excellent. Ready up on my end, and we're just about ready to rumble here, guys. 2 more games left. We've got this one and then the final game, and it's looking pretty close here, guys. Looking very, very close. I'm gonna go grab a drink of water. I'll be right back. All right. Looking excellent. Quite the night scene here. As Greenskins take on the High Elves, let's start. Start with the Greenskins. Now, obviously, we're going to be seeing Grom the Paunch. No surprises there. He's got a Greenskins Orc Caster. Yes, Orc Shaman. Trusty Arrows. Got some Goblins as front line. Squig Hoppers, Wolf Rider Archers. A couple of Black Orcs as well. Emerald Gork. And some Wolf Rider, Spider Rider Archers. So, very straightforward Greenskins build. No big surprises there from Ryder Rohan, of course. Tyrion. Also not surprising, at least for me. Got some Silverin Guards and Spearmen here mixed. Archers and Sisters of Avalorn. Or sorry, Lothern Sea Guard and Sisters of Avalorn. And Valyrian Reavers alongside Light Mage and Tyrion. So looking for perhaps a net snipe, perhaps a Barona's Time Warp. Let's see. Yeah, just nets actually. Okay, makes sense. Does make sense. So let's get it going. Should be very interesting. The Sisters of Avalorn can definitely snipe units super hard if they can find range on them. The nets will help. There's this one rogue swordmaster here as well. So really like this build actually from Ryder Rohan. Seems like it's got a bunch of very strong elements. The number one thing lacking here though is terror. He doesn't have any terror, which a lot of this Greenskins build is immune to psychology, so maybe it won't actually end up mattering that much, but would have been helpful certainly. Yes. Music's loud, but that's a good thing. Oh yeah, this track is fire. So good. Okay. And it looks like they're getting started, so let's get serious about casting here. Light Cav going to be immediately deployed to take a heavy flanking position here. Of course, they're all hidden in the woods, so Ryder Rohan's going to be forced to react quickly once they emerge, but he is at least kind of maneuvering away from that position. So, at the very least, he can try and maybe isolate some of these other units here. But Greenskin's going super wide in terms of stance here with this massive mobile force committing heavily onto this side engagement. These Illyrian Reavers and Silverin Guard and Spearmen on this side are definitely going to have their work cut out for them. The Lothern Sea Guard immediately are going to want to turn to fire there. But really, I mean, the Wolf Rider Archers aren't going to be doing a ton, so you don't need to worry about them. They're mostly just there for a distraction anyway. Looks like the Sisters of Avalorn do manage to unleash some volleys. Land a handful of shots there, do a little bit of HP damage, nothing too crazy yet. But Illyrian Reavers here are going to be taking quite a bit of skirmish damage. The Goblins, as they advance, are going to be taking some serious skirmish damage. So it's going to be interesting to see how things progress from this point on. Nice defensive stance from Ryder Rohan as he kind of squares up here. Looks like the Sisters of Avalorn are firing on the Black Orcs, which is 100% the exact targets they want to be shooting at. One unit of Sisters is taking some serious counterfire, though, from that Hammer of Gork, which does also apply the blinded debuff, so we'll be debuffing their accuracy a little bit here. Not that it matters too much when you're shooting a big unit like a unit of Black Orcs. There you go. Grom the Paunch also still just kind of chilling in the back, waiting for his delay push to develop. It looks like Lyrian Reavers were able to find the gap. And unfortunately, quite a few of the shots of the Sisters are being blocked by these, like, rogue trees here. But Illyrian Reavers are going to be able to go shut down that Hammer of Gork very quickly. Quite nice. We've got Brain Bursta and a Greenskins mobile attack coming. I say mobile attack. They're actually getting counter-attacked by those Illyrian Reavers. Should be a decent engagement, although they are heavily outnumbered there. The Swordmasters also managed to get into a fight with the Black Orcs, which is pretty good for them. They also managed to get in there without having taken much damage in response, which is nice. Get some serious frame lags here. But Illyrian Reavers able to at least momentarily shut down the Hammer of Gork. We do have a Waaagh being popped, though, map-wide now, as the Sisters choose a different target to fire at, trying to rout off those rusty airs. But big Yeah, I mean, the skirmish cab force for the Greenskins, I really don't think they're doing a lot right now. I mean, army damage value-wise, these guys are rocking in at, like, you know, less than 100 points. So they're really not having that much of an impact on the battle at this point, other than maybe drawing these Illyrian Reavers away. But it does look like some lanes are open to the Sisters of Avalorn if they do want to try and get a nice melee attack. But look at this beautiful net. Stops the Squig Hoppers in their tracks, allows Tyrion to get into contact with Grom the Paunch. It does look like, unfortunately, Tyrion is on foot, which is not great for him, but still, he can deliver some swift strikes to Grom as the Sisters also turn and focus fire on the most priority of targets. Illyrian Reavers able to escape the Squig herds, even after having routed the Hammer of Gork there, so that's just fantastic. The Swordmaster's also winning out against Black Orcs, so let's zoom in close. That heroic fight behind that little hillock in the background as the Sisters fire in. But by moonlight, the Swordmasters slug it out with the Black Orcs. Another Wa being popped here, and this big light force just being screened by the staunch spears of the High Elves effectively. And Tyrion absolutely smashing Grom the Paunch. The Sisters of Avalorn also contributing. Of course, their fire damage will deal extra to Grom due to his innate regeneration. Got some Illyrian Reavers coming back from route over here as well, but the Greenskin Swarm still very much active. And a lot of this High Elf stuff is starting to get quite tattered here as well. The Sisters of Avalorn starting to run low on ammunition. Maybe should start focusing the Black Orcs again because they're still healthy enough to make a difference. I mean, perhaps. I say that, seeing now that this one unit has been finished off by the Swordmasters, doing some good damage in response, but still, assuming these Swordmasters can stay safe, they could maneuver around and take out this other unit of Black Orcs, but a couple more volleys there should shatter the Illyrian, the Rusty Airs. Illyrian Reavers also pushing through. Get a little rear charge there. Spearmen and Silverins. Beautiful protection job here by Rydar of Rohan. That magic missile also just 100% hits the trees. Does not at all make contact with the intended target. That's just fine. Another big net going down, and will it be enough? The Sisters of Avalorn are now going to focus on Grom the Paunch. Not too many of their shots are getting blocked by the trees. I don't know that they have enough DPS, though, at this point. And poor foot Tyrion. I'm sure it was a mistake by Rydar of Rohan to put Tyrion on foot. I can almost guarantee that. But not going to be able to catch up during the uptime of net, but still allows the range units to get quite a bit of work done firing in on that blob. And the more time goes on, the more the High Elves are able to just grind down what's left of the Greenskins army. I think they should be able to prevail here, so are we going to see XMT equalize this? Perhaps. Perhaps. Yeah, Tyrion can pretty much solo all of this. At this point, yeah, essentially. This one healthy-ish Black Orc is a little bit worrying, but really not that much. Certainly for full health Tyrion with his healing cap left. Does not have Sun Fang. Does have Heart of Avalorn, though, to heal himself, so he's got that going for him. Lothred Seaguard, still a little bit of range damage they can provide. Try and counter skirmish a little bit here. But Greenskins now just kiting away. I guess just wanting Grom the Paunch to regenerate as much HP as possible. But it's only going to help so much. And the longer Grom is away as well, he's just going to continue to sacrifice units unnecessarily here. And look at this counter charge. Sorry, my cat's trying to eat my chips. Anyway, yeah, the longer time goes on, I mean, the Greenskins units are just going to have more and more leadership issues. Tyrion can kind of ping-pong around and fight different targets, but things are looking pretty good. Pretty good. Lucky Banner go burr. Yeah, exactly. Perhaps. But also net go burr. And especially when the net is followed up by missile units. Looks like the Squig Hoppers are trying desperately to get through, but Greenskins are very rapidly approaching army losses, especially as the Swordmasters slug it out with this final unit of Black Orcs. Could be just staying in combat. Nope, looks like they're over chasing the Squig herds a little bit, but the Black Orcs probably just rout And it looks like green skins are going to hit army losses. So a beautiful game. Maybe all that training over the years with Ryder Rohan actually worked, as he's able to prevail over a fairly standard greenskins build. Very, very good stuff. Yeah, Grand Lepanche severely limited. A lot of these other units struggling to pay for themselves. All that skirmish cavalry, too, was mostly cost inefficient. So too many light units, not really enough heavy attack-oriented units. For the High Elves side, of course, Sisters of Avalorn, super clutch here with the nets, with plenty of protection. I like this, though. You've kind of got triple elite infantry between the two elite skirmish infantry and then the swordmasters also. Tyrion could also be considered an elite infantry in and of himself, so GG's indeed. And that will bring us to the final game. Foot Tyrion was not a mistake. Okay, thank you, Red Ron. It was intentional. I see now. That's great. That makes it even better. Okay. So last one here now. Come on. And let me get the scoreboard updated again. We already put the score in, but let's see here. Who have we got for the final game? Looks like Doodles versus Namru. Namru's Empire versus Doodles Wood Elves. Let's see what they can do. Okay. Then here we go to round 12, and the map is going to be Valley of Thieves. Okay, let me get this also. Nope, that's not the one. There we go. Yeah, surviving all those nets, definitely a lot of lords would have been killed off by that, certainly. But let's see here. Okay, Valley of Thieves, that's right. Valley of Thieves. Here we go. Last game for today. Can XMT equalize and force a draw? I don't think. Are we going to do a tiebreaker? Those are guys who are organizing, Maximus and so forth. Let me know. I don't think you guys... I don't know. You guys will have to just let me know what you want to do. But, yeah, we're ready up on my end. As soon as these guys are good to go, we'll get started. Big stretch. Don't forget to drink water. Stay hydrated. Very important. Very, very important. Yeah, M makes a great point. That was really well-rounded, since all the units had more than 40 melee defense against low melee attack greenskins. Definitely agree. Definitely agree. Should be a tiebreaker 3v3. All right, Maximus. Understood. So if Namru is able to prevail here, we'll move on to one more bonus 3v3 for the win. But let's see. Namru's got to win this one first. Okay, sorry, just getting a little distracted here. Yes, players are loading in. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay, all good. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's start with the Wood Elves as this track plays out. Got some Dryads in the front line, Race the Frozen Heart in the center. Second line of a whole bunch of Glade Guards. I'd imagine Hagbane tips mixed with Starfire Shafts, and that is what we see. A couple of Glade Riders with Spears, some Eternal Guards with Shields. A couple of, yeah, just all Eternal Guards with Shields, Glade Riders with Spears, Branch Wraith, Blade Lord on a Great Stag. And that's it for the Empire. Balthazar Gelt leading the way on the ground, on foot. Super risky. But, oh yes, Hellblaster Volley Guns, triple Hellblaster Volley Gun. Namru, absolute hero. He's got Flagellants up front, Swordsman. He's got some Archers as well, just to make it look like a real build, when in fact it is not. It is triple Hellblaster. We've also got some Empire Knights scattered around. So yeah, this is like a Giga Ultra Mega Chad build here. Triple Hellblaster. Oh man, I don't know. This is a pretty sensible Wood Elves build. I don't know if he's going to be able to prevail here, but for style points, Namru is the winner. Oh yeah, looking absolutely fantastic. Fantastic. Let's see what they can do here. We'll be getting started very, very shortly. Okay. This is it. This is the final phase of this particular event. Hopefully. I mean, hopefully we get to see one more, you know? And one more 3v3 tiebreaker would be just fantastic. But just 1 second, guys. I gotta go shut my door. I'll be right back. All right. And I'm back, ready to go. These guys are still not quite ready to go yet, I guess. We've just been waiting here, staring at the lobby for a while, but, alright guys, let's get it going. I'm ready. Start when ready, or whatever you need me to say. Yeah, I guess they're waiting on me. I don't know. I haven't had to give any confirmation on any of these other lobbies. They just start when ready. So, yeah, we're all just waiting on something. No one knows exactly what we're waiting on, but we are waiting. There we go. All right, let's get things started now. The Hellblasters are going to not initially open up. It's a little bit hard to see the red on this sand, but you can just barely make out right here the edge of the Hellblaster's range. As they slowly advance here, get into position to start taking some shots. The Glade, I almost called her a Glade Captain. She's a Glade Lord, in fact. Outranks Captain significantly. He's got a couple of arrows of Kurnos here to try and equalize the artillery fight a little bit. Definitely be a great use case for that, to try and nuke one of those artillery models, but it's certainly less effective than it was in the past, considering that they have 4 models now, and there's only, what, a couple of charges of the Arrows of Kurnos, 2 instead of 3 previously. So, that said, one thing, Wood Elf Archers can just get into range and shoot the Hellblasters to death. Instead, though, they make a little bit of an odd decision, pull up and start shooting. I mean, it's not odd to shoot the Flagellants necessarily, but at the same time, I definitely would prioritize the most expensive targets first, but Hellblasters are, I'm not really sure what they're shooting at, don't know how much of a difference they're making. It looks like a couple of the Glade Guards getting pretty well savaged there as they fire in, but let's see. Right now, basically neck and neck in terms of damage value here. We've got Empire Knights trying to charge through the back of their own units. They do actually mostly punch through, though. They're not going to be able to get onto the Glade, Glade Guards. Unfortunately, though, because of the Glade Riders blocking very nicely there, Eternal Guards also rushing in on that position. So pretty good stuff back and forth. Balthazar's got to be careful not to get massively missile sniped here. He's a little bit far forward from where he should be, but Staff of Volans gets popped here. Oh man, look at that damage on the Glade Lord as the bows fire in. The Hellblaster volley guns are also focusing efficiently now, and the Wood Elves, surprisingly enough, are having a hard time actually getting at those Hellblasters, which is why I say get all the Glade Guards together, get them in a big group, move forward, and start to focus fire the artillery crews here. But Empire Knights getting a nice charge into the side, and those Glade Riders there. Yeah, the Glade Captain took a significant amount of damage. Perhaps we'll see a final transmutation. Yep, and it looks like a big overcast final transmutation to finish off the Glade Lord and do a lot of damage to the Branch Wraith as well. This should be enough to actually finish the Glade Lord. We'll have to keep her health bar there in the background as we wait and see. These Glade Riders punching through are unfortunately going to be able to finally compromise that artillery, start to shut them down, but at the same time, the Glade Lord has been completely savaged, and the light cavalry defense of the Wood Elves has been broken, meaning the Empire Knights can punch through into the second level, although they are taking significant focus fire damage here. There's just a lot of targets for the Wood Elves to have to shoot at right now, and not only that, but the Hellblaster volley crew is actually able to successfully defend against those Glade Riders with some overwatch from the other Hellblaster. They can get back online, continue shooting into this archer position here, and things are looking very, very good. Man, that Branch Wraith, yeah, it did also get routed by the final transmutation of Balthazar, so really, Balthazar, all you need is one good spell cast out of him, and he can pretty much pay for himself in this particular kit. Very, very cool stuff there, so yeah. Let's see. Things are looking pretty good for the Empire, and it does look like, indeed, we'll move on to the tiebreaker. I mean, it's a little bit early to tell. We're barely 3.5 minutes into this clash, and Wood Elves certainly still have quite a bit of tools left, but Overwatch from these from the Hellblaster volleys is just so intense right now. So much damage being outputted. Wood Elves are not going quietly into that good night, though. They definitely have the leadership to sustain here and keep fighting. Glade Riders barely making it through, but getting onto the second Hellblaster volley after having routed the first. The Dryads also making it through, getting into some of those archers as the Halberdiers struggle to respond. But more Empire Knights coming back from out, shutting down the last Glade Rider here as it tries to get on the third Hellblaster volley. More Empire Knights moving in to bail out the other Hellblaster volley crew. This one's probably going to come back from rout as well, so things are looking pretty good for the Empire's artillery position. Great job by Namru to kind of switch his Hellblasters onto these different targets. And, yeah, man, what a battle, huh? What an absolute battle. And sorry, someone just sent me a real quick message. Let me just tell them, please, to not. Okay. And yeah, Empire Knights charging through, finishing off the Race of the Frozen Heart, trying to get on some of those archers, perhaps. There are a lot of Glade Guards left, though, and it is kind of dangerous, to be honest. As long as the Hellblasters can try and finish the Glade Guards off, they should be fine, but let's see. Firing into that far Glade Guard there. They're a little bit in a square formation, so the Hellblasters should be able to, just punch straight through the formation, hit multiple models on each shot, and that's what I'm talking about. That unit's going to go down in a big hurry. Balthazar still fighting in the front line alongside his state troops. Sigmar's sons also still fighting, but look, the Wood Elves are not giving up. The archers just continuing to fire Glade Guards with a bead on Balthazar. Another final transmutation going to be popped as the Glade Lord runs into combat here. It's going to draw the Branch Wraith into the final transmutation as well. It actually hits those Eternal Guards. It doesn't last very long, but is enough to kill the Wood Elf Lord, and that's going to cause significant leadership issues as the Glade Lord goes down. These regular swordsmen can start to clean up the Eternal Guards. The Hellblasters are still online, these two, very critically. The third is got routed off again, but that's okay. His build is like organ guns versus Azdawi, except you have cavalry too. Yeah, I actually really like that. I really, really like that. Ended up working out well enough, and he takes home the win. So, XMT is able to equalize. Look at that. After all things, here we are. 7-7. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And what a finish there. Triple Hell Blaster. Absolutely beautiful. So, now, we'll have to do this. We'll have to host a battle as a spectator. And it's a 3v3. I think this is what we're going to do. Let me just double check real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, so I think, as anticlimactic as it is, I think we're going to end in a draw today. The GGX clan guys want to replay Greenskins versus Vampire Coast, whereas XMT wants to play a 3v3, and I think we're probably just going to make it a draw. So, as anticlimactic as that is, I mean, I would say these clans have both fought very well and are equally deserving of praise. So, personally, I'm not unhappy with a draw. At the same time, I would have liked to have gotten some kind of conclusion. But, yeah, to fight each other to a standstill is also worthy of respect. So, I think, like 99% at this point, that's what we're going to do. Let me just confirm. I think we're all done for today. Thank you all so much for coming out, though. Thanks for all the competitors. Been some awesome games today. Some really, really tight back and forth games. And yes, okay. So I think we're gonna end it in a draw. If something else happens on this front, I will postcast it and post it as a video in the next day or so. But that's it from me for today, guys. Thank you all so much for coming out. It's been an absolute pleasure. Big thanks to GGX and XMT for allowing me to host this event for you guys for today. Excuse me on the music. Oh my god, please. Okay. And, yeah, I think that's it. 3v3 XMT internal. Okay, I'm fine with that. Just as a nice, fun way to end. I'll put it on smaller funds, too, so that we don't have quite so much lags. Maybe. Let's see. Maybe I'll jump in and play, actually. No, you know what? Actually, I kind of want to go relax and just hang out with these guys in chat. So I'm going to end the stream for now. Thanks, guys, for coming out. It's been an absolute